Okay.
Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. This will call our State Tribal Economic Development Commission meeting for November 13th, 2024 to order. The time is 9:04. Montana Department of Commerce records the meetings electronically and will serve as an official meeting minutes. If you are attending virtually, please raise your hand to be called upon. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak. Explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion. If you're referring to a document, state the document name. As a final reminder, the recording will not be edited, cut, or altered in any manner. Now we'll have roll call. Marilyn?
Richard Sangre,
Here.
Jennifer Finley. Here. Sean Backbone.
Here.
Delina Cuthbert. Here. Frank Kirk. Gerald Gray,
Here.
Melissa Lone Bear. Here. Misty Poole. Here. Mark Blaisdell. He's not on yet, he may be joining virtually,
Oh, okay.
and Paul Green is absent.
All right, so we have a forum. Now, Sean, would you say?
Yeah. Wow,
Sent you late.
yeah. Indian time.
Yep.
Aici pohjeli sigakoe, vaikka vaan baulami siga, nää mala bosko gor. Nää commission gre sigakoe, oli vaan asis checha, imerikka. Arleene, leivaatsi, leiriskuude sigakoe. Tagal kistiunis tükita, ritsis, ala koluskut nää, ala laalt, ala kus. Vabeitse, lois vabikki. Oh.
Thanks, Sean.
That'll be 500.
Okay, so I'd like to welcome everybody. It's good to see everybody here. It's always good to have a forum. Let's see, we have any public comment on non-agenda items? So. Okay, so if we have a approval of the August 28, 2024 minute meetings, they're in your packet. We have a motion by Richard. The second. Second by Sean. Any other discussion on the minute meetings of August 28th? Okay, none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries, minutes are passed. Now we go to, now we're really ahead of schedule. Round robin discussion. Your commissioners have any, you'd like to discuss? Specific areas,
Chairman, if I may,
please.
I would like to clarify the reason for my absence at the last meeting, and I would like the commission to know that I was at a Headwaters Tech Hub retreat. The Headwaters Tech Hub is an economic development administration project that has quite a few stakeholders, including tribal colleges. I'm on the steering committee, and we stand to get around $700 million. And so my role is to ensure that there's a seat at the table for workforce and economic development opportunities in Indian country. So there was a conflict of interest scheduled for that, and I knew quite well in advance that that's what I would be doing. I did let the chairman know, and so I just wanted to make that clear. That's what I was doing.
I have one next question.
Yeah, I was at West Creek.
I was chairman. I'm the one that questioned it last time about all we had was tribal reps. We didn't have any state representation.
Well, I mean, for me too, Misty, I think when you're here, you bring a different perspective because, you know, not the Indian affairs, so it's a big deal. We like to have you here too.
I appreciate that, Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bring some good insights from a different perspective.
Sure, I can make a comment.
Was that
Just in the spirit of, collaborative support too, when Misty was away. I reached out to her, she reached out to me by email, but she was at the Tech Hub and Fort Belknap is in the spirit of economic development strategies that we're supposed to promote for each of our tribes. Fort Belknap has been applying for NITA grants such as Rocky Boy has. We have, 2 on the table and I reached out to Misty and I told her, I said, Indian Affairs needs to advocate for tribes when they're at events such as you were, and you did, and we have heard back from NITA on one of our $22 million grants. They've been working with us to fine tune that. We also had some issues with Triangle applying for an FCC grant over the top of us, but they didn't have tribal permission. Strangely enough, those grants don't require tribal consultation or approval from the tribe to apply for competitive grants on the top of the tribe's grant. However, we did make a statement, to clear that up, and we've been working forward, on that. So just wanted to mention that that's what we should be doing is collaborating and representing for tribes, when we're at events such as that as an Indian Affairs official. And I just wanted to say that that's the kind of stuff that we have an expectation from you, and I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairman, if I may, I was at the NTTA, National Tribal Telecommunications Association Summit in September, and I slipped somebody from the NTIA $20. So we're, Belknap could, I'm just kidding. But regarding Triangle and just for the awareness of the commission, I'm not familiar with the FCC rules for the funding that comes straight from them, but on our BEAD program through the state of Montana, providers do have to have tribal consent if their application project is going to encompass any part of a reservation. And that goes through me. So what that looks like is a provider reaches out to me and then I connect them with the tribe so that the tribe can make its own decision on what consent looks like. So if you have any other problems in that area, anybody here, please let me know.
Do you have any knowledge, Misty, of the state's SSBCI money that Treasury set aside for tribes?
I don't know about that. That's not my lane unless I have to learn it. TJ, do you have any?
I don't have a lot of information on it. It's kind of not in my area of focus either.
Director Green said, he was real proud of that money. He probably should get it with him.
I
It's a
will,
lot.
I'll follow up on that.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Misty, happy to chat with you about that. I'm not familiar either, so we can look into that and get out to them. Mackenzie Esplin, Business and Tea Division Administrator. This is a reminder. We'll look into that.
Yeah, I talked to the director yesterday. He
Okay.
mentioned it too, so he might know a little more about it.
Perfect. We'll get together.
Cool. Anyone else have anything?
Chairman Gray,
Sure.
thank you. We had an election and all the 4 officials from the past, the incumbents got in. And just wanted to put that on record. What I wanna bring to the table is, need a letter of support from this commission. We have it's called the All American Indian Shootout here at the Metro Park from December 5th through the 7th. And it has to do with, it's a shootout for all Indian schools. And TBIG, I guess is what it's called, the bed tax. There's a same shootout that goes out in Miles City. And they get about 10 G's, and we've been doing this for 11 years now, and we only get 2 G's here from the chamber. So it's not the chamber, it's like a tax bid, that tax. And it's the same thing, but they get more than we've been getting. And we're up, we have our own EIN number. And it's to empower student athletes to play at Metro. And, you know, the story on it is why we call it the All-American Indian Shootout is in 1938, there was a pro team called the All-Americans, and there was a fellow by the name of Leonard Perduizo, my dad Frank, William Backbone, Ben Bird. There's about 8 of them, so Edmund Oak, they're all gone. And they got together and they did an independent team and they won the WIT in Lewistown against Montana State University and University of Montana. They were called the Bozeman Oaks and Shinola Men's Store. They couldn't use the college names because it's semi-pro. But they beat all these teams and they were just 22 years old at that time on their own dime. And they got represented by the state of Montana to go to play at nationals in Denver. So with that, that spirit that they had, I wanted to do that shootout and bring these, it's economy to Billings. We've been coming to Billings for that long. And the meaning of it is, if you ever get a chance, get on LNI, Lakota National Invitational in Rapid City, South Dakota. It happens a week before Christmas. And there's 32 Indian teams that go to that, all South Dakota teams. And they play at the Civic Center. And they roll the red carpet out. These buses come in and they entourage them in, the cops entourage them in. Each school brings 50,000 to Rapid City. 32 schools. They get like 5 million. And the economic push in that city is unbelievable from Indian country. And they have archery, they have a knowledge bowl, they have art, they have wrestling, they have all these Native American activities for the student athlete and to empower them. So the state of Montana, and them games are, they waiver them games so they can play tournament style basketball. There's a champion that comes out with jackets and trophies and bragging rights. And we here in Montana, we're still, MHSA still gives us only 2 games. They hamstring us. We can't be who we are as Indian people. And so we've been going 11 years and we have our own EIN and we sponsor and we pay the refs and, you know, we pay our, the volunteers for something, but we've been kind of going for this long. And it's real, the local Indian organizations, they're really kind of getting like, Montana Urban Tribal League kicked in. They brought in Bronson Honig to be our guest speaker. They paid on him and come in. So that kind of brings in the crowd. So after all this is done, then the gate money, I just even it out and I give it back to the schools. So they have something to go by, because this day and age, you got Hart Butte that having real bad financial situation. They're not coming. There was another school was like that, and they're Indian school, they're not coming. So why are these Indian schools are, you know, so the goal is to bring all 18 Indian schools together in the state of Montana. Let us be who we are for a week here in Billings. This venue is the best venue. And that's 5 days of Indian basketball. That's just my thing. And I don't be the head of the game, or that's just the. But the Indian schools. I just needed a kind of like a support, I guess, I have a meeting, I'm on the chamber too. So I have a meeting with them, with that board, that vet tax. So I want to get just some support, I guess, from this, you know, if it's kosher,
Yeah.
you know, so to kind of keep that going.
So the chamber uses bed tax money to,
There's another group to that, it's called the TBIG, I think. It's kind of has a synonym to it, but it's a different thing. So how I found out was they have one in Miles City, this chamber, he does in Miles City, and he does the same thing I do. I think it's more here. So I'm just trying to have, when I go into this meeting, I want to have some, just some power.
yeah.
Chairman? Sean, I'd encourage you also to reach out to the Montana High School Sports Association. And, there's somebody else I'll connect you with through email that also might be able to help.
That'd be great.
Oh, yeah, so if the rest of the commissioners are in favor of the letter of support. From instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you get a chance, go to L and I and check it out. It's unbelievable. I went there a couple of times and it's, oh my God, it's great to see that student athlete. And that's where we got our parade of athletes. They come in and we acknowledge one by one when they come in. And then they all stand on the floor and we acknowledge them, and that's when our guest speaker will do his talk. And that year was Conway. Yeah. What's his name? Don Wetzel. Yeah, he was there, yeah, yeah, the year before that, we had different ones, but it's always for the student athlete. And it's all Indian referees, all Indian, pretty much. We even have a driving suit. Hospitality. You ever get a chance to move?
Anyone else?
Chairman Gray, did you get a motion for that, for, you want to do a letter of support?
Sure.
Okay, can you do a motion on it?
Motion, second.
I move that we find a letters of support for Sean.
Have a second. And a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah. The economic impact that comes to Billings. I know we came a few years ago. But I think going back to Browning or something. Yeah. The economic impact was, places back. Hotels or
Yeah, restaurants, everything.
Yeah, this is our whole hotel. There'll be 5 teams staying here. Okay. Yeah. So that, can I elaborate on the story? The Eagle River, they were at, real, they got played out a couple of times, like 40 points a game, and they got the clock run on them, but then they never quit. They just came back now. They went all the way to state for the championship. That was like unbelievable. We're happy when the team does that, coming out of this. That's the goal, you know? Yeah. And they come like leaps and bounds. That's unbelievable. All they do as a team and, you know, as a school.
Any other discussion?
I just wanted to bring this up. I said I would. So I'm the vice president of the Rocky Mountain region for NCAI. And they're doing an environmental study and they want, input from all tribes, as many tribes as they can get. And I said I would just bring their flyer and see if someone from your tribe would like to talk to them. So they're just surveying tribes all over the United States about environmental issues, and I have their flyer here. And I talked to them and I think it directly ties to economic development because, you know, a lot of us do economic development differently because of how we steward the land. You know, there's things that we don't exploit that we could. And then we have to look for other ways to make money. And when I was in Shakopee a few years ago for a conference, I was really impressed by how one of the things that they do for economic development is they have a composting facility. And people bring in their recycling and they compost it and they make money by creating mulch and other products that then they sell. And they said, when I visited their facility, they were on their 3rd renovation. And they said, it just keeps growing and their facility was their it seemed pretty large, but they said it only takes 2 or 3 people to man a facility like that for composting and mulch. And so as our tribe is going forward with meat processing facility, that's part of the meat processing facility is composting. To deal with the animal waste, to compost it. And I also visited another composting facility on the Flathead Reservation, and it was just a one-man operation. And he was explaining how quickly materials become compost and how you have to turn it over and how it heats up. It's actually really interesting because it gets hot.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what our tribe is looking into is composting, because it has to be part of the process. Those two things have to go together. And you can make money off of composting. So anyway, there's tribes that have done, I think, really innovative things with environmental stewardship, but also making money too. So anyway, NCI is doing this big study, asking tribes what barriers they face, and then solutions and innovations that they're doing, and then to share that across all of Indian country. So I just said I would share that here.
Did you guys open on meat processing?
We're going to, yeah, and so that's, yeah, so the composting will be with it, will be composting with it.
Chairman Graham, I have Paul Green has joined us virtually, but he's having a hard time hearing you guys, so if you could speak up. So people can hear and so he just wanted to let you guys know.
Okay,
That's that motion.
cool, yeah, all in favor?
That's what I said, did we vote?
All in favor of the letter support, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Anyone else, any other commissioners have anything? Yeah, round table,
I just wanted to mention, we talked a little bit about it before we started the meeting, but we do have new leadership. We have a new president, who is Jean Small, the vice president is Ernest Littlemore. And then, 5 district, people are new, well, there's a couple returning. Alyssa Fisher is returning from Ashland. And Gwen Spotted Horse from Bernie. And then we have Howard Ontiveros from Muddy. Lame Deer is. I just lost my train of thought. Lame Deer is Teresa Small and. Oh, Busby is Stephanie.
no,
And I have 2 more years, so.
Is that election?
When was it?
Yeah.
On the 7th, or on the, actually, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah. And they'll be sworn in on the 18th,
of November.
Mhm.
Oh, God.
next Monday, yeah.
Not waste any time.
Mr. Chairman, we had 2 new council members, Alvin Gilat and I Watson. Well, it was a real big turnover. We had reorganization meeting yesterday and their first council meeting will be tomorrow.
Yeah, Little Shell too, yeah,
To Misty. So she can disseminate it to all the agencies.
yeah, that's important to we do.
Chairman, if I may, who did they replace?
Jody Lemire and Lonnie Whitford. Lonnie was the vice president of this region for NCAI, but we didn't allow her to continue till the end of the year.
Yeah, she's the alternate.
So in case you decide to just. You're covered.
Yeah, Little Shell too, we had elections on Saturday and we are all back in again. But, so, Only one ran opposed, but she got back in. All good to go there. Okay, anyone else? Nope. Okay. So Marilyn, STED topics for 2025.
So I wanted to get some feedback from you guys of the type of topics you'd like to see for our 2025 meetings. If you'd like to continue to have Indian Equity Fund recipients come in and talk about their award and their business and how it's going and how that award has helped them. If that's something you want to continue to see for the 2025 year, if you want to keep doing these round robin discussions, if you find that helpful or.
Yeah.
Sorry, my Zoom, I'm not ignoring you. My Zoom keeps stopping on us, and I don't know why.
No, we don't stop talking.
Yeah, I think continuously round robin are good too. I like to hear what's happening around the state. It's interesting stuff to hear what's going on.
Chairman,
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask you, what do you think should be on these?
a couple of things. I think we should bring in Tim. That is, what I'd really like to know is how many jobs were brought to Indian country. Measure the economic impact of what these grants have done for people. And I'd be really, really interested in that information. One, if we can like blow people's minds with the numbers, perhaps that's a legislative tool we could bring to, ensure that those funds are not on any cutting block, which every legislative session they are, whether we like it or not. And also, I just think that it's good stewardship to keep track of, where taxpayer funds are going. And so that's something I would like to see next year. Is that data available?
Yeah, a lot of I think what we're discussing touches on House Bill 19, which is, later to this afternoon in my presentation, I'll give an update on our progress on it and just kind of where we stand and moving into 2025, our plan moving forward. But absolutely, the goal, the idea is to work on developing like a model that, portrays all of that data and tells the story, so to speak, of Indian countries. So.
Yeah, and I think to Richard's point with the Federal Reserve, they're doing a survey of Native nations, which I think would help to learn the outcome of that. I hope all tribes are participating. I mean, it was kind of some sensitive information, I think, that tribes are worried about, but it's gonna help, to your point, with that data, when we have to prove what's being spent in Indian country and in the surrounding communities too. Yeah, financial stuff, exactly.
Yeah, And Chairman, TJ, I think it also would be a good idea in a meeting next year to present what the kids worked on this summer on the, so TJ, he spearheaded a project working with, we have a businessman in Missoula who purchased the time of 3 interns, one from Butte Tech, is that where Tech is in Butte? One from University of Montana and another one, I can't remember where he was from, but so they worked on painting an economic development readiness snapshot of each tribe. And they did it through, these guys are management information system majors, so computer nerds. So they, broadband capability, the average square foot price of retail space, the per household income, just a lot of different metrics. And I think that would be really interesting information to present to the commission, not only so that you can see it, but also maybe weigh in. These are 3 kids that are not tribal members that worked on this. But what was really sort of poignant about the experience was they all said, we grew up here and we didn't know our neighbors at all. So it was a really great way for these kids to really dive deep into that. And so, Marilyn, if you would get that on an agenda.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's cool. And they did a PowerPoint for each tribe.
Oh.
So that, if a company comes to Montana and reaches out to me or TJ and says, we want to build a call center at Crow, or, or any reservation, we can kind of look and do literally give a presentation on why that tribal community is fertile ground for whatever project or not.
Yeah.
Chairman Gray, do you mind just giving me a little quick rundown on that? I was messing with the Zoom as you were talking.
Oh, no problem.
I-
You know what? I'll email you.
Perfect.
Yeah. I'm going off with my ideas, so it's
No.
probably best if I email you.
Great.
Richard.
Is that on Zoom? Legislature's gonna be meeting again in a few months. Is there? I know we're gonna need information. Should the state commission be a topic of the legislature?
I'm gonna defer to, Mackenzie and TJ on that, because, that we're only allowed to do so many things. We have to get permission to be a part of that, so I'm gonna defer to Mackenzie and TJ.
Thanks, Mr. Gray. I get weekly updates on bills that will affect economic development. And right now, big ones that I'm seeing are related to TIF, tax increment financing. I have not seen anything specific to Indian country economic development unless you happen to have TIF or TEDs in your communities. And in that case, that would be, but nothing over right now, but I'll keep everyone in the loop. Misty, have you seen anything that I'm not thinking of?
Not yet.
Oh.
So we're,
We always gotta be on guard.
They pop up.
Right, and I have been checking, tourism related ones, there's gonna be a lot of talk around bed tax. Taking that potentially and using that for, property relief, property tax relief. More general bills like that, racking my brain. Yeah, so Misty.
well, we're in the process of bill draft review, right, like as we speak, but I do know that bed tax, there are legislators that are going to try and be creative with the bed
Yes.
tax. The good news though is that we have a really strong Indian caucus this session, so we've got 11 members and some returning, Jonathan Moody Boy, Tyson Running Wolf, so really strong caucus. Susan Weber's back, and I think that I'm expecting to be successful in killing or promoting legislation that's in the best interest of Indian country in Montana. So, but yeah, for whatever reason, legislators want to get creative with the bed tax. Chairman, I would recommend perhaps our first meeting of 2025 be in Helena during the session, and then if we timed it right, we could, I could arrange for the governor to host us for a reception, and we could meet with the Indian caucus could come and meet us, and
Oh, great.
Yeah.
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 Good idea. Great idea.
because who doesn't want to drive to Helena in the winter? Can we make a motion for that, Chairman?
Yeah.
Make a motion for the next state meeting to be in Helena.
One second.
Okay.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion on that? No, this motion, Sean,
Sean made the motion.
all in favor? Aye.
I-
Those opposed, same sign. So that was the next agenda item too, setting meeting dates. The first one will definitely be in Helena. Do we have the, dates that we typically use?
We typically do Wednesdays. I do know that. Director Green had stated he had some issues because of the meetings on Wednesdays that he has right now. And so he was curious if we could do other days like a Tuesday or a Thursday.
Our cabinet meetings are typically on Wednesdays.
How about Tuesday, the 14th? That works, everyone?
January?
January 14th, Tuesday.
We normally do February,
Oh,
but
yeah, it doesn't matter. 11, that work for everybody?
February 11th.
Yeah. February 11th, Helena. The next one,
we normally have it in May.
in May. You wanna do these on Tuesdays? That help?
Full disclosure, Chairman, I have a policy meeting with the governor standing every Tuesday at 11 o'clock. I don't think it would be a problem for me to miss one in a quarter, so,
Oh, this
Yeah.
or theirs?
his.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, we're doing February 11th, with it in Helena, now we're looking at May.
Yeah. She said she has client meetings.
Can you do the Tuesday, the February 11th?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yep, and I'm emailing the governor's scheduler right now to see if we can get a reception for that evening.
okay. So May. About. Six? That work? Or does it matter now if it's on a Tuesday or Wednesday?
Misty, do you still have cabinet meetings in May or during the legislature? Or
We do.
is it just during the legislature?
No, it's all year.
Oh,
Yeah, once a month, all year. They're typically on Wednesdays. Every once in a while, they'll be on a Tuesday, but they're typically on Wednesdays.
How about May 8th? Does that work for everybody? All right.
Hey.
May 8th? You want to do great call? You can host. Okay. And next one,
August. And Chairman Gray, just as a reminder, I'm sorry, what is the name of that? NADC. NADC normally does their, conference at the very beginning of that month. And they like us to attend there, so.
what month?
Of August.
Oh,
Sometimes.
and that's here, right?
That's here.
Yes.
First week.
Do August, whatever in Billings.
Actually, I'm up for promoting business on reservations. I'd like to have Pawtucket host at least one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So. What, which one would be?
The next one after August is,
November?
November.
So are you saying the November one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Weather-wise.
I know, it
Switch
would
it
be
out for
better in
May
the
or
summer.
August.
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 Did that one, you guys are here, or do you want to make the following? What do you think?
I'm not.
What
What date
the
was that
agenda?
conference?
Yeah, it was in the first week.
Was it all week, was it, or was it?
It was like, the 6th, 7th, 8th.
Yeah.
From this, 24th. So
Okay.
we're gonna make it like the 6th, 7th.
I'll schedule it.
That was like 16.
No, that would be a Tuesday through Thursday.
so
So we could do it
It was first.
anytime. It's up to you guys.
Would we do it in Billings?
Yeah.
During the conference?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So we'd probably have to do a Monday or a Friday then.
Right. Monday or head of it,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
when's your powwow, Richard? Second weekend in August?
Ours is first weekend in August.
otherwise you just
Third.
collaborate.
So would it be
August first, July
the
31st.
first, you have? The first, second, third?
So if we do August 8th, that is.
Yeah.
August 8th, Billings,
August eighth.
and November. CSKT.
November.
11th,
11? Okay.
Tuesday.
Yeah, we can do that.
Does that work?
November 11th.
CSKT.
Oh, that's Veterans Day.
Oh,
So
13th, 14th? Friday, 14th?
14th.
No, Friday. Was there any other just topics for 2025? Anyone wanted to make sure we added?
And Chairman Gray, just, and commissioners, just to let you know, if there are speakers that come up that you think this would be great, just let me know. So I can communicate with them and get them on, get them to come present. So, I mean, this isn't just this is all we're doing, this is all we're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get some ideas and make sure we're on the right track of what you're wanting to see.
Oh, yeah.
Chairman, I'll be stepping up for a cabinet meeting.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, well, put on then, commissioner roles and responsibilities.
Yep. Chairman Gray, Commissioners, what I did was, this was something that's already been up on our website. I haven't changed any of the language that was on there. I simply am changing the font and the branding to coincide with Department of Commerce's new branding. But I thought it was important for you guys to check it out, just to see it. I've got it just as a handout, but I can pull it up on our website for sure.
So do new commissioners get this?
No, it's on our website. And I started thinking about that too, Chairman, when I, was pulling this, is that, I think I should link that to the new commissioners that come on so that they see that and,
Yeah.
they're aware of that.
I said one question, legislature coming up and some of us do go up and testify. Do I have to get permission to go testify?
Chairman Gray, Commissioner Sangre, I do believe the Department of Commerce, if you're gonna speak on behalf of the STAG Commission, has to give permission for that. But I'm gonna defer to, Mackenzie and TJ to make sure.
Yes, please, if you were gonna speak on behalf of Commerce, it would need the permission of STED during the meeting to go forth and speak in that manner, but you're free to speak for your tribe, for your community, for yourself, for anything you want to promote separately. You know, you kind of, it's that fine line of representation of the STED versus representation of your tribe and yourself. But you can go and publicly testify and speak to any bill that you would like to.
As long as you don't have anything to state.
Well, the STED commission is pretty broad, being economic development. So that determination, you just can't speak on behalf of STED, but if it's related to economic development, you can still go and speak on behalf of the legislature or comment on it. And we can have some guidance, we have some guidelines, we can probably put forward, have Marilyn send it out after this meeting. Sure. Would that work, Marilyn?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then just a reminder to be your travel vouchers before you leave.
Was there anything else in there?
No, I just wanted you to have it
That's.
before I post it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to be transparent, you're supposed to,
Yeah.
everyone else who wants to know. That's people understand the function.
Absolutely.
Anyone have anything? No? With your roles and responsibilities? Yeah. Please have it notarized. All right, well, we're moving on. Tribal tourism. Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Rochelle Brown, the Tribal Tourism Officer for the Department of Commerce, Office of Indian Country Economic Development. I'm here to give you an update on some of the activities that I am working on. And also to contribute to some of the conversation you had earlier about potential future presenters to you. And also talking about support for events. maybe take a break and see if we can get it going again.
We tried with this.
Okay. And I am a little early, so we must.
I'm gonna have to put it like this.
Oh, that's, I don't mind, no problem. Are you still good in recording? Everything's going okay for the feed?
That's good, yeah.
All right. Cool. Yeah, so, since I, had the pleasure of presenting to you back in August, and with, some of the motions that you passed and supported, I just wanted to give you some updates on a few things. So, when you're able to. No. Thank you so much. So, the guiding principles that, that travel tourism is following is, to continue to elevate the brand, expand opportunities, and inspire visitation to our tribal nations, to capture more of those tourism dollars and bring them into Indian country. I wanted to highlight some of the actions, so that there are actual activities and initiatives going behind each of these guiding principles, and some of them are cross complementary. So the first is for elevating brand. We continue to promote Native talent in front of the camera. And I'm very excited that the office of Destination MT, our partners across the hall, on their warm campaign that they just shot this last summer. We have Native talent from a Montana tribal family featured in this campaign. I hope that you'll all be very pleased when you see how this material goes to market and elevates our tribal citizens in the eye of the nation. The next thing is we continue to promote our brand, Native American Made in Montana products and producers. Chairman Gray and Little Shells Blue Ribbon Nets have been really great for letting me to keep using this image because I think it's a great representation.
As
Yes,
long as
please.
you keep saying native talent, I'm good with
You want to get rid of that?
it. Keep it.
You are native talent, for sure. And again, having these opportunities to really promote those products and, potentially get wholesale buyer opportunities. And so at this year's trade show, which will be, well, for 2025, that'll be in March. We're continuing to fill out our pavilion. So if you know of anyone that is interested, I believe
Is that in Helena?
that will be in, it's always in Helen at the,
Okay.
yeah, but it's at the Lewis and Clark Fairgrounds. I do have a slide that will just highlight those dates. But our program sponsors people to exhibit there. If you know someone who is who would like to be a Native American Made in Montana member or is currently one that has not had the opportunity to be featured in the pavilion and to entertain wholesale orders, please have them get in touch with me and I will help them to get signed up for the program. They'll get the branding, the logo branding. And then our program supports their booth fee, their hotel accommodations, and we reimburse them for per diem mileage and meals so that they can attend the trade show.
Can you give an example of previous?
I can, yeah. So, so last year we had 4 exhibitors. we had Melissa Tromley, who has her own business called MT Designs. She is an artist, a lot of pop culture kind of paintings. What she did to be able to go from original creations to wholesale was she did prints of her originals and turned them into cards, postcards, and stickers. So she was able to fill orders for a wholesale order to gift stores. She also received an order from Yellowstone National Park to be in their gift store and Glacier National Park to be in a few of their gift stores at some of their lodges. And so in order, she can just basically continue to reproduce her original. But then she also was able to offer her originals for sale on public day. So the first day is a wholesale day and the second day is a public day. I believe that Blue Ribbon Nets had a lot of wholesale buyers interested. And perhaps Chair Gray could share whether or not he knows if anybody followed through with a wholesale order. I know it was a little early in some of those fly fishing store ordered in their timeline for ordering.
Yeah, I don't think there was any fulfilled yet. There was interest though.
There was some interest, yeah. And then I personally bought 2 of the Blue Ribbon Nets because I have a lot of fishers in my family. And they're not only, utilitarian nets, but they're also like works of art. You could have them hanging on the wall because you almost don't want to put them out there and be afraid you might lose it in the water, because it's so pretty. And then we also had a jewelry maker. And then we also had Confused Glass, which was a fused glass maker that did sculptural pieces, functional pieces like cheese platters, dishes that people could use, vases. So those were some examples of what we did last year. Yeah, so, thank you, Commissioner O'Gara. And then behind the camera, so as you know, your commission supported the creation of the production assistant training program. At this time, we have 24 graduates of the 80 potential graduates. In July, the contractor Accelerate MT needed to put the program on hold for some restructuring. Their contractor that was doing the in-person trainings, they were having some contractual changes. They needed to take that person off of their payroll and then subcontract. So the program is still in existence. It's just on pause. I'm looking to pursue an extension so that we have another year to 18 months to continue to offer this training and get all 80 out and graduated from this program. So on that note, I hope to have an update for you on specifics and a relaunch by the time of our next commission meeting. If hopefully we'll be contracted and have that done before the end of December. So then I can follow up with an email, have Marilyn send out an email with the new link and the QR code. At this time, 2 tribes have already exercised all of their 10 awards. Blackfeet and Crow have used all of theirs. So we have at least 1 or 2 out for all the rest of the tribal nations, but there needs to be a more concerted effort on the part of the contractor to do the outreach and to provide those trainings closer to home for our tribal citizens that want to do the course. Any questions on the production assistant program? And then again, conference attendance and content. We're working with the Governor's Conference on Tourism to continue to see who we can feature at the Governor's Conference on Tourism. It'll be in Helena this year, and continue to have a very strong presence there. Thank you very much. So again, just as a follow-up on the production scholarship program, the update that I've received from the contractor is that we have 24 graduates. We've given out 41 awards, but some of those awardees are waiting for the next in-person course. And that in-person course is on hold until this subcontractor gets contracted with our contractor. And then we can start to promote and plan out the next in-person trainings.
We also want to provide the opportunity, the call to work opportunity for these graduates to be working behind the camera, whether it's in the photography or the videography components of our new production that will be taking place this summer. And so I'll be talking more about this, the 8 working groups, each tribal nation. I'm looking to identify 2 to 4 individuals from what the tribal leadership designates to help determine how this is going to happen for each tribe, how they want to be featured in the new guidebook and on the update to the website with the new video products. So again, the events, we've got the trade show there on the left, early March at the Lewis and Clark Fairgrounds, the pavilion. We have up to 8 slots available. Right now, I know we have 2 that have already confirmed they will take some of those slots. We want to have a minimum of 4. So again, if you know someone that you think really could benefit from being featured at this trade show, we may extend an opportunity to those that have been sponsored in years past, just to ensure that we have strong representation at the trade show. But we always want to try to give those who have never had the opportunity to be sponsored the first opportunity. And then the Governor's Conference on Tourism is in Helena this year. It's at the end of April. And I believe that early registration notices have gone out for those that are interested in attending. And I'll continue to work with Marilyn, make sure we continue to email those out and let everybody know when those opportunities are coming available and when deadlines are coming up.
Are you reaching out to vendors for this, or are we supposed to?
I'm reaching out to people all the time. I'll take all the help I can get. If there's others that you're thinking of, please let me know and I'll be happy to follow up with them.
We'll let you, no,
Busy. That's,
let's let you do it. No.
yeah, right, of course. Well, you know, it's always many hands make light work. So the more people that are willing
Yeah.
to help promote and extend these opportunities, the further reach we'll make, the better things we'll make. So, I have been sending you messages. I know you've been very busy, but this is for the, International Indigenous Tourism, Conference that is going to be in February, in Montreal, in Canada. Last meeting, you all voted to approve, for STED, 0.5% bed tax collection funding to support you all to attend this conference or your delegate to attend this conference. Early registration, there was a early registration that's already closed. I haven't registered anyone because I don't know who wants to attend. The next deadline is November 30th. In order to be mindful of cost, I am really hoping that I can get confirmation from all of you that wish to attend or that your tribe designates someone else to attend, someone who could really benefit by seeing where the economic benefits lie with international Indigenous tourism and domestic. The one thing that you've all expressed to us is international opportunities and how much the international visitor comes and understands the tribal sovereignty, the nation to nation relationship, and their visitors stay longer. They are prepared to be very respectful. And I see just a lot of stuff that I can learn as a tribal tourism officer with attending and us going and showing a strong presence of Montana tribal citizens there. So I was hoping at this point that if any of you know that for sure you are able and approved to go, I can mark you down and start coordinating your travel. If you're unsure and you need to follow back up with me, or you have someone else that you would like to go, maybe there's a process I'm not aware of that needs to be followed within each of your tribes.
Well, we're just kind of waiting for the elections.
That's what I figured. Yes, the timing has been challenging for that. So is anyone today of the commissioners in a position that you can commit to going and that you would be able to have the support of your tribal council to do so? Again, it's being completely funded by my program.
I'll commit.
Awesome.
No,
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you, Rochelle.
Okay.
But I'll get back to you right away.
Okay.
Thank you.
same here.
Rochelle, I'll get back to you too. I've provided my counsel with all the information,
Okay.
very detailed notes of everything that we've
Okay,
done
great.
in the main meeting, but I'll get back, we'll circle around and then I'll let you know.
Okay,
I'll get it on you.
okay, sounds great. I did speak with Commissioner Cool before she had to step out, and she already knows that she has a conflict on her schedule. So she is going to be requesting Donnie Wetzel attend. Especially being with Department of Labor and Industries, there is certainly some complementary agency there that I think we all see a lot of potential for tourism within Indian countries for business development. So, wonderful. Thank you very much for considering that. We'll keep moving forward here. So on the expanding opportunities, again, it's just communication. I'm trying the very best I can to continue to communicate with all of you and to have those opportunities for in-person communications with those from your tribal nations that need to be involved in these decisions and to be providing that meaningful consultation and that direction that I am trying to be responsive to. We have the grants, of course. I know that you've been flooded with grants, and with the election season, it's been very tough for people to track all of this stuff. So, I've got 2 grant cycles open, and I'll mention those in a moment, but there is a very big grant that I want to make sure that you're aware of that's being offered from the Office of Tourism, my colleagues across the hall. It is the Pilot Community Grant. It is up to 2.75 million. It's over a 5-year project duration. There's no set asides, so more than one tribal nation could be awarded. You just can't be awarded back to back. If you're in one of these cohorts, and considering what may be on, coming up at the legislative session, it would be recommended for those that have an idea to consider applying for this soon. To try to get into this cohort before we go into the session and maybe something changes on the funding, parameters change.
Where's the solicitation posted? Is it on the site?
It's on the site, it's on our, and we can follow up with a link to that.
Okay.
It opened November 1st, it closes December 31st. I believe the first time this went out was last year, last cycle, and Blackfeet was awarded as one of the reclamations. And the community of Broadus also received this grant. It's intended for rural development, major projects, and there is actually money set aside to fund the salary of the project manager. So typically our grants aren't able to cover a lot of it, administrative costs, but this one does because it is a massive project. Yeah, so wanted to just make sure I pointed that out. And then again, we continue to offer these sponsorships for attendance and involvement in a number of different activities that put our tribal citizens front and center at these events. I've got the contracts going out that are for the production assistant training with the extension, as well as the and with the sponsorships, also the event sponsorships that you all revoted to be approved. And then scholarships for those to attend the conferences. We have the TAC and the STED meetings and having people come and present in front of you. There is an open position on the TAC for a council leader, someone who is on the tribal council to also serve on the Tourism Advisory Council. And that position has been vacant since I started. It hasn't been actively involved. They meet 3 times a year as opposed to 4 times a year like the STED Commission does. And there's a strong relationship between the STED Commission and the Tourism Advisory Council to ensure that the tourism regions are assisting in the promotion of Indian country with the other 6 regions of tourism in the state. And so having another advocate on that council to join Nathan Sangador, who was reappointed, so he continues to serve in the tribal business owner position, but a tribal council leader position continues to stay vacant. So if you have someone, if you think your tribe would like to nominate someone to be on that council, they would go through the same boards and appointments process that you do. You fill that out at the governor's office website. And we just really would love to see a council member from one of our tribal nations, get activated on that council. And a couple other things I was going to mention, sponsorships. So we've got sponsorship agreements going out to all the nations. That's the $8,000 sponsorship to support your tribal community tourism events that will happen in summer of 2025. The commission did not approve, my use of that 0.5% bed tax to support nonprofit or other types of public events. Previously, we were talking about the American Indian Shootout Tournament. There would be the possibility of funding from other sources, not from the STED 0.5%, but potentially from my 540 bed tax portion, or Office of Tourism event grants. My understanding is that this event did apply for that event grant, but is it true, Commissioner Backbone, that it was not approved for funding?
Yeah.
So they applied for that grant, but were not approved for funding. So one thing that our team will do after this meeting is see if there's any additional flexibility that out of the 540 funding that I have remaining from my budget this year, if I might be able to provide support with the letter of support from the commission to support tribal events that promote, recreation, sporting, all of these are business enterprises, as well as healthy and great representations of our tribal citizens, and then excelling in the economy and in the sporting world. So I do see sports tourism as a future product for us to promote in these future productions that we're doing and how they look on the guidebook and on the website. If the commission is supportive of that, I'd love to get a copy of that letter of support, bring that to my leadership and see what other additional support we can try to ascertain to support the shootout.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
And I think the motion to support us looking for additional financial.
Do we need a motion for that?
I don't know if you need a motion,
Put
but.
two in motion.
Funding, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay, yeah. So essentially, it's just that the commission supports us looking at additional resources to support nonprofit sporting events or other events that might take place. Unless you guys think that we need to have some more discussion about that.
No, I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
It's needed.
And I don't know if we really needed to vote on it because it's not, I mean,
No, I think it's just this, yeah.
yeah, it's more of the letter of support that they
that
passed
you
as a
could take
motion.
with you.
I'd love to have a copy of that I could bring to leadership internally. That the state commission is supportive of the events that bring a lot of people together and spur local economic drivers.
Yep.
Cool, and so then the last part of my presentation is really gonna focus on these tribal tourism working groups. And again, this is where I really appreciate your guidance and support. So when you're ready, thank you so much, Marilyn. I know I'm kind of bouncing all over the place on that. So this is, this again is just a refresher. This month is my goal to try to get around between this month and early next month to be in front of all the tribal councils in order to let them know about this plan, this Indian Country Production Plan. Windfall is currently right now vetting videographers and photographers. We're looking at probably 2 or 3 of each to be able to be deployed across this summer because multiple events are happening we've got a kind of a short window to capture the beauty of Montana before the potential, you know, everything dries out and the smoke comes in, so. It is the work before this happens that has to plan this out. So I will be presenting for each of those tribal councils to identify who needs to be consulting to me on how each tribe wants them to be featured in these new products, who should be interviewed, what areas should be filmed, what is the story that needs to be told that is a tribal driven narrative. And so then, once we select those individuals, then I will start meeting with them remotely over the next, month or two. My goal is to have at least 3 meetings with them, 2 hours apiece, where they will identify some components. I'll go through and give you a little bit more, detail in the next slide, on how I'm thinking this is gonna be organized. So they'll identify what, where, who from each of their nation they wish to have filmed, photographed, and these will be content that will be featured in future promotion and future campaigns and products. That will be the new guidebook. It'll be new videos. It'll be on the Visit MT website, which is also going to be rebranded and relaunched. It also could be used as material for ad campaigns. So we want to get as much fresh current material as we can and have that be a new iteration of what Indian country tribal tourism looks like in the marketplace. So it's very future oriented. And then we go into planning the production. And so those individuals will be key in helping us to organize the dates of the shoot, the locations, setting up those individuals that need to be interviewed, whether they are the tribal historic preservation officer, if they are elders, if they are people that work at like, you know, Three Chiefs Cultural Center and having an opportunity for filming time in that location. All the kind of things that each nation wishes to have promoted. And also the other key of this is you can steer visitation based on your messaging and your imagery. So if there are concerns, if there are things that the tribal citizens really are not excited about sharing with outsiders, they don't want people in certain areas, there are certain behaviors they want to curtail. This is our chance to really influence and prepare a visitor to come and have a rewarding experience for the community and themselves, but also ensure that we're steering them away from problem issues. So there's a lot of power within how this gets organized. And so, yeah, please.
Yeah, I'd like to commend you on this because I think this is the first time that I know of that the state's tourism's actually included any country like this. Usually it's just run out and shoot stuff and say, you know, whatever, never included tribes like that.
This
think
is,
it's a good
this is you, the commission. It's you teaching us how we need to pivot and how we need to start. And we're starting way early.
But it's you implementing it too.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you for,
Important.
yeah, thank you for letting me know I'm on the right track.
Your question? Yeah. Could you give me some talking points about kind of a description of what this individual will do?
Yes.
I can make the presentation to the business committee and
Okay,
before you can look, visit them.
prepare them.
Will help you.
First thing council will ask is, what is this person?
Yeah.
Same way with the international travel. What exactly is this person expected to be doing?
Sure.
That's the kind of thing that they'll ask.
Yes.
And, you are very well versed in it, whereas, you know, we're gonna be, well, it's kind of like this, you know, we'll do the best we can, you know, but.
Sure.
You can kind of give us a little script.
Sure.
What someone would be expected to be doing. And we can fashion it, you know, ourselves, because of course we don't tell council what someone should be doing, but what their expectation meshed with what your expectation is, that kind of help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hudson Grove, I appreciate that, and Commissioner Sangre, thank you for giving me some additional guidance on how to make this more successful, but with a little more brass tacks about what would be involved.
Bring things up, spur of the moment, give them some time to think about it a little bit. We've got a lot of. We do have those people that then expect to answer right away and. A lot of the times council are not aware of the situation, so. I'll give them beforehand notice.
Fantastic. In addition to this, I want to thank, Chair Gray for, assisting me in coordinating the opportunity to speak in front of the Little Shell Tribe, which will be occurring tomorrow, and Commissioner Lombear, who has given me advice on how to get on the tribal council at Northern Cheyenne. My goal is to present to Northern Cheyenne on December 2nd. Their new tribal chair or president needs to get inaugurated and kind of figure out what's, the lay of the land. So that's not a good timing for me to try to come in and put this workload on them. So definitely it's important. If I need to push this a little bit, we push a little bit. That's what, the pushback timeline. Also, Commissioner Sangre, I do have some more detailed slides that I've prepared to bring to tribal councils that are printed out that are the who, what, where, the prompts, how to envision what this could look like for each nation. But both of you have given me fantastic guidance on additional scripting and a better way to articulate that. So it's still not so ethereal, a lot more tactile. So for the other tribes that are in representation here today, I would really appreciate any additional assistance you can provide for a date that I should potentially come and speak to your tribal councils, and especially considering that we just did get through an election. There are some new council members on, and the timing may be, pushing into December, potentially January for those meetings. Please.
So do you want me to send you a link to how to get onto our agenda? Because ours was done all online, so I'll send you the link, and tomorrow when I'm back in council, I will ask the person who sets the schedule. We'll look at some dates if she can recommend that to you, or if I can help with that too, but I will definitely send you the link.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Finley. I really appreciate that.
I don't think it necessarily have to be a council meeting, we have administrative meetings also.
Okay. So there may be the planning committee, the business committee, those,
About 3 of those,
that might be other avenues.
yeah, rather than the regular business.
Okay,
Oh, Rochelle,
yes,
we always meet every Tuesday and Thursday.
Okay.
Unless we don't have a quorum. And, very rarely do we not have a quorum.
okay,
So even if I'm not there, tribal council for us, we pretty regularly meet every Tuesday and Thursday.
for that. I
Okay.
appreciate that very much. It can be very tricky to try to sort all that out.
Yeah, so every Tuesday and Thursday.
Okay, yes, yeah, Commissioner Beckman.
Yeah, December 2nd is our inauguration, so after that, probably push it to January, we have a legislative session.
Okay,
I can get a hold of them.
okay,
And they have like 18 members on there. Be good to present to them.
okay, fantastic. So, probably shortly after the new year.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's the second week they have a session.
thank you very much for your assistance on that.
And Rochelle,
Yes.
for this month, I just emailed you the council's calendar for the month of November. I don't have December's out yet, but the 20th or the 25th is the soonest we can do something.
Okay,
Otherwise,
okay.
we'll have to look for somewhere around the tune of the second to last week, because we got Christmas coming.
Sure. But,
But, at planning committee would be
Yeah.
good, because that's where I report at, and if I could, I'll just request to place you on the agenda. If that date looks okay with you or not, just let me know. I could get you on a planning committee meeting or an executive committee meeting.
I will definitely get those confirmed. I'll take a look at the calendar and try to get whichever one of those will work. Thank you, Commissioner Cuthbert. I really appreciate that. Okay, and I think that may just conclude, the material that, I just had a couple more slides if possible, yeah. And again, thank you, everybody, for that. So just want to go through again, reminding you that right now, my, tribal tourism grant is open for, tribal governments. That's $50,000 towards shovel-ready projects. Any of the grants that come out of our program can be used for match for other state, unless they have, it's prohibited in their guidelines. You can use this money for match for other things if it has to do with tribal tourism. And then, it's a 50% match requirement, so that the project total value, would be one and a half the amount. So let's say you go for $40,000 ask, then you would need to provide at least a $20,000 match, and then that's a $60,000 project. Another note to mention about the pilot community grants, they do not require a match. There is just the 2.75 million that I mentioned. There's no match requirement, but there's a lot of components to the application. So after we follow up, provide you the link to that. If you'd like to have a meeting with me or have a one-on-one with that grant manager to talk about your potential projects, let's see what we can do to get as many Indian country proposals in on that large dollar amount as possible. And then I'm very excited about the Tribal Tourism Small Business Grant that we were able to put out. This is funded by 540 funding. This is essentially a version of Indian Equity Fund, but for tribal tourism businesses. It's a $10,000 grant, no match requirement. And this is to fund up to 24 awards per cycle. Folks have to go through the ServiceNow, get an Opta account, and then access the new ServiceNow Grants and Loans portal to apply. In the next slide will just be a reminder of the 5 business categories that we are tracking applicants into. They can be creating a product like the Native American Made in Montana product. They don't have to be a Native American Made in Montana member, but they're gonna get a lot of recruitment from me to try to get them to join and get that additional labeling and branding and support. It's a free program. There's no cost to them to be a part of it. Hosting accommodations and experiences, people who might want to do a vacation rental, teepee glamping, maybe yurts, maybe they have a rental home that they want to rent out. Because we need more accommodations in Indian country. You don't have to be located on tribal, on the tribal boundary or in the reservation land. But if your business is there, you do get higher points in the scoring, so that we encourage more of that closer to home business development. And then experiences with people that are doing guided tours. They're taking people on one-on-one unique experiences so that they can have an immersive opportunity in Indian country. Then there's license outfitting and guiding for those that want to try to get into the hunting or fly fishing or other guided fishing kind of recreational experience. Licensed food, beverage, or mini grocery. Often when you go to a powwow, there'll be a few food vendors there, but if you're camping, you have to drive into town to get ice, or you have to go and get some basic provisions. It will be really exciting if we actually had some vendors that are doing a pop-up kind of thing, and they're operating out there in the field, bringing those supplies closer to the campers. They will typically pay a more of a premium price to get stuff, so they don't have to leave to go get it somewhere else. And so anyway, I have, ads going out. They've gone out in papers and they're on the radio, and I'll just pass this around if you have an interest in taking a picture of our newspaper ad that has the QR code on it. And if you happen to have any social media following, if you want to encourage those in your community to consider applying, that would be a very quick and easy way for you to share that little. Yeah, and then because I have to pay those bills, I'll come collect them later. We did hire native talent to be the voice, on those radio ads. So Carrie McClarty, who is a Little Show tribal member but lives in Crow. She is the owner of Plain Soul, and she did our voice for the radio recordings.
I have a question
Yes.
on this, paper, the church schedule, what do you read?
Yes, well, thank you, Commissioner Backbone, always quick with a great joke and comment to, make my cheeks turn very, very red. You got that, okay? Did you put that church next to me?
That's why.
Thank you, Marilyn. I'm just about done. So, yeah, so event sponsorships are going out and being contracted. We do have, one tribal nation that I just need to visit with them and discuss whether they do want to consider taking this contract. It could be used for any of your travel tourism events. It doesn't have to be, just one. And so it's, thank you so much. It's additional support for, financial support to cover the costs, because these are expensive events to put on. And especially with the powwows, there's no charge, so we want to make sure that we're, following your lead and helping to offset some of those costs. And then the last slide is just the last, kind of pillar of tribal tourism, which is, to inspire the visitation. And, I think I just have one more, Marilyn, if you have a chance. So this is what's leading us to this future plan. We'll have an update on the Visit MT Indian Country page that will feature new talent, new content, things that are informed by these working groups that I'm gonna be establishing now. They'll start to get uploaded and shown into, these featured products, 2026 to 27. It just depends on how long the post-production time takes. Same thing with the guidebook. We'll have a new guidebook and that'll be ready for the summer of 27 to be able to be downloaded or mass produced and mailed out. Additionally, what I will be advocating with leadership, for the 540 funding is to identify more money so that we can do a large national commercial campaign and be able to take all this content and everything that everybody's been working for and put money behind it to get it out. And it would be, social ads. I don't know if we'd have enough money to do an actual national commercial. But there's billboards, there's a number of other magazine placements, there's other places that we could get the word out and really encourage people to come. I'm excited about these businesses that we're gonna be funding through Tribal Tourism Small Business Grant. Have them featured in the guidebook, and really give them a lot of additional support for their business. And then again, just, promoting all the different destinations, the events, new itineraries, and get those into ads, into the guidebook on the website. There is, for a future STED Commission meeting, I was, hoping that the commission would be interested in learning about an app called Go Good. I was hoping to have the creator of that app come and present to you, because I think this could be one more product that will help to elevate Indian Country in a digital app that promotes sustainable tourism and really tries to curate the ecologically conscious, the economically conscious, and sustainable type of visitor, the one who really wants to promote local businesses, learn something from the community, put their money in that community, stay in that community. And it's a very beautiful, elevated product that was a former arm of National Geographic. And so it has a lot of interactive components at a pretty mild cost for my department compared to us developing our own app. So if the commission is in support of that, I would like to request that they come and speak to you potentially at the February State Commission meeting.
Sounds good.
And I will probably have a very small update so that they can take the majority of the tribal tourism. Great. Any other questions or comments or recommendations?
Yeah.
Last meeting, you mentioned $80,000 available to each tribe.
$8,000.
$8,000.
Yes,
Well, I
but
added a zero.
yes, But what you're also talking about is the 62,500 per tribe for the tribal historic preservation grants. That's kind of a working title. We haven't finalized the title of the grants yet, but we did get approval for the money. So that money is also going out this year to every nation for your own projects, for your own products, whatever it is that that tribe determines needs to happen with that money.
Yeah, you said November.
So, well, we're in November. Yes, so thank you for keeping me to my word. So I have been working on the draft of that contract. The contract has to go through legal review before I can actually get it out to signature to each of your nations. So thank you for lighting a fire under me. I will do the best I can to get that completed as soon as possible. Thank you, Commissioner Sankey. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and, take a, 10-minute break. Yeah, good.
For spending, or was there?
All right. We'll go ahead and, start again. So we have, speakers up, workforce study of Montana. Paul, Michael.
That's right.
Marilyn?
Marilyn, do you need me to speak into the mic?
No.
Good. Thank you, Chairman, thank you, Commissioners, for giving me a few minutes today. Good morning, I'm here to introduce you to the quantum industry, an emerging business sector here in Montana that's just getting started. And aims to serve the national priority around quantum computing. My name is Paul Reichert. I'm the Executive Director of Prospera. We're a nonprofit organization that does economic and community development in Bozeman. I'm here today we're working with Montana State University and company leaders in the photonics and quantum industry to assess the future workforce needs and workforce readiness around this emerging business sector. Joining me today is Mike Veslick. He's the Director of Economic Development for the Office of Research and Economic Development at MSU. So he's here today to also be able to answer questions. An obvious one, as we reach out to tribal communities, tribal colleges, and others around the state is, what do we mean by the quantum industry? What does that look like? While Montana isn't likely to be building quantum computers, we will be in the supply chain for the industry for things like raw materials and components and electronics and software and applications and communication things that use the quantum capabilities of quantum computers, optical systems, and much, much more. There's also, as an industry like this develops and grows, there's adjacent professional services that are needed in marketing and accounting and shipping and customer service. So when we talk about the quantum industry or the workforce supply chain, it really is a lot of different things. And in fact, Montana is pretty well positioned to be in the supply chain for the quantum industry because we have numerous companies and businesses that already operate in that space today or are very closely aligned to it. So there's a need and opportunity for Montana to develop a workforce that is ready to participate in this sort of fledgling industry that's just getting started here in Montana. So really what I want to have the conversation with you about, what's the best way to include tribal communities and tribal colleges? What things are already happening in your communities that we need to know, or what questions you have of me or with Michael here from MSU about how best to participate. It really is an open-ended question and thoughts, and even some of the conversations this morning, I think, fit into our work. So I'll stop talking, and I'd love to just hear questions or thoughts you have.
Okay, so I know that I'm Jennifer Finley from Confederated Salish Kootenai Tribes. And Salish Kootenai College has a really robust apprenticeship internship program. And I believe all the students there are required to do an internship. And so, and they also have a career fair every year, sometime in the spring. And so some of the internships where they place students are unpaid, just so students are required to get experience. But then there are some people who offer students paid internships. So my son, that's how my son got paid internships at Sandia Labs in Albuquerque. He graduated from SKC and he's working on his master's degree at New Mexico Tech. And so that was crucial for him. I mean, it was really helpful for him to have that opportunity to get an internship at a lab like that. And he's worked for them.
And the college there and the training
the
program
college
has that
facilitated
sort of connection where the training and the lab are sort of working together to.
Yeah,
to make
and
something
so
happen.
they were in contact with internship people at SKC, and that's how my son got connected to them. So,
Excellent example.
yes, so that's the Salish Kootenai College. And if I have your email, I can forward you the person who is in charge of the internship program at Salish Kootenai College.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Is Tony involved in that?
I don't think so,
Okay.
no.
I know Headwaters Tech
Oh,
Hub has
wonderful, okay, thank you.
program, and this is where it's a kind of interesting to talk about this is the Tech Hub is really around the photonics industry, but the quantum industry is so closely aligned, it's pretty hard to think of them as separate things. They are technically, but I don't think of it as a hard separation because the industry, the products, the applications are very closely aligned. And that's just a great example of things that are already happening today could dovetail pretty easily into a new opportunities and new industries as they grow and develop. So thank you. Other thoughts or questions?
Have you reached out to the tribal colleges at all?
I am in the process of doing that. Yeah.
Okay.
You have a thought?
Well,
on
we have a new college president, and she's been there a year now. I can give you her information as well, but we have a big broadband grant. And we established, it's called the Northern Cheyenne Communications. It's corporation, NCCC. But I can get you the information for the contact for that.
Thank you.
Jonathan Johnson, Fort Peck Tribe, Susan Wynn. To piggyback off hers, we have an entire college with, we have IT programs and with majority of our graduates, myself being one of them, we had nowhere to go. You know, IT's not big around there, you know, I mean, other than working for the local Radio Shack, basically is all we have, and we have a whole industrial plant that's not really, that being unused right now, and you know, it'd be nice to have you reach out college and try to see out there. I know we have very intelligent people, but just nowhere to go. It's like being an artist with no pen or pen paper, you know, no paints or nothing. And we have entire industry park that's sitting there. We get small contracts, basic crumbs. That's what we get for ours. They do little stuff, and we do have welders and solders. And most of the time we run out of contracts. You know, the contract's not that long to fill it. There's nothing else after. We struggle up there. I reached out to multiple places.
Right.
You know, economic development is 10%.
And this industry's just getting started, so it's really hard to pinpoint exactly what an opportunity could be, but you have capacity there to potentially be in the supply chain. Really valuable.
To piggyback on that, their corporation, does wire harnesses and have and do actively seek out partnerships, especially with DOE and DOD. And so I would just ask that, as you're growing and navigating this space, if you see opportunities to use West Electronics and making that connection, that would be fantastic.
I think you other
And
thoughts?
I can follow up with you after this too.
There's a group of people that are mostly tarot directors. Have been working on Workforce Ready,
What's it called? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Tarot Tribal Employment Rights Office.
Okay.
They've been working with Donnie Wetzel from Department of Labor. And Senator Small from AFL-CIO. And they've been meeting for probably the last 9 months. And trying to get contacts and have presentations from different organizations that hopefully will be able to promote little economic development on our reservation side.
Something you want to add to that?
Well, yeah, and so I think your point about the wire harness or the wire harnesses of the companies and people not having access to it. I'm Mike Vesely, I'm the Director of Economic Development and Impact at Montana State University. One of the things that we're doing at Montana State University, we're actually purchasing quantum computers and creating a test bed so that quantum computers have to exist in a specific environment near absolute 0 Kelvin. So as a non-science person myself, I always need to throw that into Fahrenheit to make it make sense to me. It's negative 450 degrees Fahrenheit. So a lot of fault tolerance and a lot of testing, wire harnesses, et cetera, to see how it interacts in that environment and to see how it would work with the 4 different modalities of quantum computing.
Move the computer, the faster it goes, that's where you use the nitrogen or gaming computers.
Excuse me?
The colder the computer, the faster
Yeah.
it'll run, that's where they use liquid nitrogen on computers.
Exactly. And with quantum, because the molecules or the atoms are so sensitive, you want to eliminate any kind of vibration or dust or anything else that might be in that environment to make sure that the qubits stay coherent, which means that they will give you the proper calculations.
So what does a quantum computer do? What does it calculate? What at the end of the day, what does a good day look like?
Or a quantum computer.
Take a crack at that.
Sure, yeah. So traditional computing is a series of switches. And the switches can only be in 1 or 0. And so they only have 2 options. So it has to go through and traditional computing in order to, so take encryption, for example. Encryption, the reason why it works is because it takes a traditional computer 10,000 years to guess the right set of sequences in order to crack that encryption. A quantum computer, a qubit can be in a bunch of different states at once. And so it has this ability to run a bunch of calculations all at the same time. And it uses a probabilistic model instead of this sequential model. So it just kind of guesses, but it can take a bunch of guesses at once. So you can crack encryption in seconds or minutes versus the traditional computer that requires 10,000 years to crack. And so it's really important for encryption. It's important for things that are more complex calculations like weather modeling or drug development. It has agricultural applications as well. But these computers are a lot faster than the traditional computer, and they can handle a lot more data than the traditional computer and process it all at once.
There are any in Montana?
So we have 2 of them that are arriving tomorrow at Montana State University. The issue with quantum computing right now is that it's not a commercially viable product. So the most advanced ones have like 30, 60, maybe 100 qubits. You need thousands of qubits in order to run the types of calculations. But they have proven that a quantum computer can go faster than a traditional supercomputer. The establishing quantum supremacy is what it's called.
So the supply chain, the workforce here with this emerging industry has the potential to really benefit all of Montana. And we were talking before this presentation about some of these industries, some of these, whether it's components or products or softwares or applications, are very high value. So they're less sensitive to geography, meaning some of these parts or components or even some of the intellectual property could be done anywhere. So it's a very new industry, has new applications, and it's important that it benefits all of Moncton.
So the university has housing capability for this thing?
Yes, the building hasn't opened yet. It likely opens sometime early next year.
Oh.
But it will have the ability to bring those temperatures super far down and
How much energy is used?
a lot.
Yeah.
So to have a quantum computer requires quite a bit of energy. But I'll give you an example of Montana existing in the supply chain. So ADVR is a photonics company in Bozeman, and they have 12 or 15 employees, and they make laser modulators to be able to fire one photon at a time. And their technology has been used by a company in Boston, or this gentleman who now works for a company in Boston doing quantum computing for 25 years. He's been purchasing ADVR's laser modulation. So the reason why Paul keeps saying that it's high value is because it's high value, but it's also low volume. So unlike a Ford plant where you need 18,000 people, 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, you could have 12 people, 15 people, 20 people working in a small factory or a small warehouse doing this type of thing.
So what's the economic model? So I don't know, somebody call up and say, hey, I want to pay you to use your computer to decrypt my wife's journal? I'm just kidding. But, is that what it looks like? What?
So likely these computers, the way that they're constructed right now are gonna be prohibitively expensive to everybody except for governments, major corporations, universities, et cetera. We don't quite know what all the applications will be, but the guesses are for anything that are large data sets that you need to calculate quickly and fast. Drug development is one of the most promising areas of this because right now, what they do is you formulate your drug, you put it through trials, you kind of see what happens, doesn't happen, and if that trial doesn't work, you have to go all the way back to the beginning, right? Whereas what you could do theoretically with a quantum computer is model all of those chemical interactions at once and get your top 3 or 4, and the hope is that by modeling all the interactions, you could get the 3 or 4 most promising and then move them forward faster through development. So what quantum computers are really good at is taking this abundance of information and putting it into something that you can actually. But there's not a quantum computer modality that has won out yet and has proven that it can be commercially viable, that its calculations are good, that it's consistent, and it can really move it forward.
Is this something that MSU will be working on?
We are not working on the computer.
Okay.
Because Montana has this expertise in the photonics industry and precision manufacturing, we are focused further down the stack. So in the quantum supply chain, in that graphic that you have in your folders, you see that stack of stuff in the bottom left corner there. We're probably somewhere in the middle, constructing the hardware, constructing some of the chips that might be used. So one of the modalities is the photonics quantum computer, which is all light-based. And so our technology that we already have in photonics positions us really well to work into that. So that's why the Headwaters Tech Hub is a nice addition to this work in quantum. And that's why it's been an outgrowth for the university.
And I think there's potential that hasn't really talked about is like, as things get more commercial reality, how can it benefit other communities besides just the Bozeman area? And I think there's some economics that lend itself to being done in the rural community or just other communities. Because it can.
Yeah. Sure. As you may know, there does seem to be some territorialism happening, as we march along with the Headwaters stuff. And I think where your organization and network could be really helpful is to advocate for Fort Peck and Northern Cheyenne and Fort Belmont are super rural tribal communities. It's, Tony and I are on the committee and Donnie Wetzel weighs in from time to time, but it would really be great to have allies in that conversation.
Be great. I think your office is certainly a broader view, right? You're not sort of beholden to the tech hub or any other sort of organization, I think. Is there to
No,
better connections.
and definitely, I'm maintaining the same view ourselves as serving the whole state. I think that just because we're geographically located in Bozeman, a lot of, the first instinct is, oh, they're focused on Bozeman, but we serve the state as the state's land grant institution. We work on behalf of the state of Montana. We don't, sometimes Bozeman becomes the easy button for us, or that region becomes the easy button for us, but our goal is absolutely to be serving the tribal communities across the state, wherever they may be.
The parting thoughts or opportunities we should be aware of?
In 20 years, is the world gonna be run by robots and Arnold Schwarzenegger shows up?
Well, think of how fast AI has I'm of that age where it was like, it took 5 years or 8 years or 10 years to see things adapted, and it was like, it wasn't even really on my radar screen 2 years ago, and all of a sudden, I'm using it at work. Or my kids are using it to do, my daughter just did a job application, it's like, boom. So there's just technologies being adapted faster. And I would say quantum computing, well, photonics, but also quantum computing, I think will be along those lines. The machine itself is extremely complex, so maybe that aspect of it takes a little longer. But when it becomes viable, I think the adaptation is going to be extremely fast. And especially with national security. Because communications, just to be extremely blunt, the current encryption that we use for communications for national security will be entirely obsolete. It'll have to be done in an entirely new way. And so the implications for that element of it alone are so significant, it'll be adopted very quickly. So it's partly why starting conversations like this are important, where it's unclear what the job or business opportunity is today. When it's ready, it's gonna happen fast. That's my personal.
Commissioner, to answer, your question slightly different way. The first one, so first, AI and quantum, there's a lot of curiosity from the private sector of how AI relies on classical computing currently. There's not a quantum computer that can do what supercomputers can do for AI right now, but eventually we'll get there. So to the timeline question, you talk to quantum scientists, some of them will tell you 6 months. We're 6 months away from a commercially viable quantum computer. Others will tell you we are 10 years away from a commercially viable quantum computer. So that's where the federal government has made these critical investments and this specific investment to not only advance quantum technology, which we are watching the rest of the world invest in, and we want to make sure that we're on top of it, but also build the workforce and the people so that the day that it becomes viable, there are people there who are ready to step in and do the work, because it's going to be fast. It's going to be a thing where we're going to blink and all of a sudden we're going to be looking at the quantum world.
Well, thank you for your time. I
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
that.
I'm gonna stick around for lunch and conversation, so if you want to corner either of us,
Okay,
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
it. Thank you.
That's really helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, up next, Rural Energy for America program, Daniel and Anna. There you go. Aaron, who do you have on? Oh, that one.
I just wanna let you guys know that I'm not able to put it as a presentation, so it'll have to go this way.
As you can tell, I'm not Daniel.
I'm Kathleen Williams. I'm the state director for USDA Rural Development. And when Daniel mentioned that he was gonna get on the agenda today, I said, oh, I'll come and introduce you. But every time with all of our staff, when they have an opportunity to promote their program, I do ask them to talk a little bit about USDA and rural development in general. Just because we have so much that we've been working with Indian Country on, and so many opportunities for programs. And I know we've been working with all of your areas individually. So I just have a few slides at the beginning, and then I've got some handouts, and then we'll let Daniel take over. So most of you, I think, know me. Another reason to come today was that I serve at the pleasure of the president, so with the new administration, I will likely be getting a request to resign, and there will be a new state director at some point. So this is also my opportunity to thank you all for the opportunity to work with you in this position. I'm hoping that, as previous to this, I had the opportunity to work in Indian Country in a variety of ways, as a legislator, as a candidate, as a state program manager, et cetera. So I hope that whatever I do next allows me to do that as well. So, again, most of you know me. Next slide. Just real broad background on USDA rural development. I think I chose the right bag today, right? Right? I need a plant. We've got, the whole point is to advance rural and tribal sustainability and prosperity. So we've got loans, grants, and loan guarantees. And we work to help communities, whether it's next slide, whether it's broadband or electric or water and wastewater. We work to help businesses, families, communities break into the economy and then sustain themselves. So graduate from maybe a grant to a loan, and then, independence. Or we help low and very low income folks get into their first home, and then, raise their family and be safe and secure. So next slide. So just a real broad summary of the programs we've got, and I will pass out a few things, drop a few things. And then turn it over to Daniel. So this is the just the overall basic national summary of RD programs. And then, thank you. And then the second item is a much more readable, some might call it an annual report, but it's really more just a thank you to everyone that we worked with in FY 23. So there'll be another one coming out in FY 20. So just wanted to give you a quick overview. Thank you. We also have another staff member here, Tosh Weismiller. Tosh, and he works in our community development program area, and that's the program area that goes out to communities, listens, hears what that community needs, and then tries to bridge to our more focused, sort of siloed programs. So Tosh knows many of you. If you don't know him, please introduce yourself. And he's been on almost a year and a half, and we're really working towards being very community focused, not just program through Tosh and his staff. Okay, unless there's questions for me, thank you for helping me not drop everything, and I'll turn it over. There's most things. So thanks, everyone. Thanks for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. I will be, certainly not the first to say that Kathleen has, from an employee standpoint, has done an amazing job, reaching, out to our communities. And that piece, I hope will continue, after, her time here. I know she will continue to do that. From knowledge of what she was, passionate about. We'll go to, 3 slides down, please. So this is a map of employees within business programs. My name is Daniel Layton. I'm with USDA Rural Development. I'm an energy specialist out of the state office in Bozeman. These are some of the representatives that we have in regions across Montana who deliver business programs through our agency. Next slide, please. So today I am going to discuss a little bit, and I want to make this an open conversation for sake of time. I certainly have gotten a little bit burnt away here, and I don't want to stop any of you from asking a question during this presentation. I will say first of all that I'm honored to be here. One of my greatest honors is the opportunity to present and discuss our programs with you. So thank you for that invitation. We're all on private lands, right? That is something that does not get lost on me. One thing I will say with this program is that in my capacity, I feel like I have failed to deliver this program. And I am working every day to change that, to improve that. What this program does is it provides energy efficiency improvements, renewable energy systems, to communities around Montana, private businesses, for-profit businesses. We have farm and ag producers. There is also opportunity for Section 17 entities, tribally owned for-profit businesses to apply to this program. And let's go ahead and go to the next slide here, and we'll see how quickly I jump around here. Go ahead to the next slide. So renewable energy projects that are eligible, you got your solar, wind, hydroelectric, anaerobic digester, biomass, geothermal. We don't have much oceans in Montana, so that's, we'll skip that one. If you go down to the next slide, anything that improves energy efficiency for a rural small business activism. So anything that you can come up with that may improve energy efficiency, potentially be able to increase. Next slide. And again. So as I said, for profit, cooperatives are also eligible. We see electric utilities come into this with projects such as community solar projects, which are also eligible. As I stated, Section 17, tribal corporations, or other tribal business entities. Next slide, please. Ag producers, you know, pretty self-explanatory, but 50% or more of their gross income has to come from agricultural operations. Next slide. There we go. I'm gonna hand it over to Anna, who is with the National Center for Appropriate Technology. She is a partner of ours, working through grants and all that, her explain how we're trying to broaden our reach with this program, with kind of more boots on the ground impact with not only the National Center for Appropriate Technology, but entities that are a little bit more boots on the ground within your communities as well. Okay?
Thanks, Daniel. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us today. So like Daniel said, my name's Anna Richmond Mueller, or Anna Dare. We are the same person. I am she is me. Recent name change. I'll answer to either. Don't worry. Just yell. But I work for the National Center for Appropriate Technology, and we're a small national nonprofit. We're headquartered here in Butte. And we work primarily in the sustainable ag and sustainable energy spaces. So you can see why REAP would be something that we would be interested in building out this technical assistance program for. So we actually were able to partner with a pretty great group of folks. We've got NADC, NACDC, and MREA. And we partnered with NADC and NACDC in particular, because we know, like Daniel said, these folks are already really well entrenched in your communities, really well known in ways that MREA and us at NCAT just are not. So our hope is that they can help us spread the word, find really good projects, and maybe even serve as a local point of contact for folks that are interested in the program. So you're welcome to reach out to any one of the four of us at any time, and we'll work together as needed to get this project going, get you started. Next slide, please. Perfect. So, you're welcome to reach out anytime throughout the year as well. Sooner the better, once you know that you have a project. It's always great. We like to get started as soon as we can. This is a bit of a revolving door for funding, which is great, because that means that there's no single deadline we absolutely have to hit. If we miss one of these for any reasons, we just roll over into the next one, and there's no penalty there. So if you have to go to the next one, you're not any less competitive than you would have been the prior round. Historically, there's been a quarterly competition, but we are moving into this tri-annual competition deadlines instead. So the folks that we're working with right now are all pretty much going for that December 31st deadline. Anybody that contacts us afterwards would probably be going for March. And you'll see down at the bottom that we can't submit to USDA between May 1st and June 30th, excuse me. But that doesn't mean that we can't work with you during that time. So we can get your packet ready to go, and as soon as July 1st hits, boom, off in the Daniels inbox. You don't have to spend the rest of your summer worrying about paperwork. We can just relax until September 30th rolls around. Next slide, please. Perfect. One more. Great. All right. So we know that that REAP is for energy efficiency improvements and renewable energy systems. But within each of those, there are eligible and ineligible project costs. Obviously, that's going to look a little bit different depending on your project, and we'll help you figure out what works and what won't, depending on what you've got going on. But hopefully this will give you a good idea of just generalizations, what's eligible and what is not. So for example, I think the easiest way to kind of think about it is with a quick example. So let's say you own a convenience store, and you want to do an upgraded lighting project. So REAP will cover that, but it won't cover something completely unrelated, like let's say a brand new cash register. It'll cover construction and labor costs too. So the contractor that you hire, any wiring work he has to do, anything like that, that's all covered. On the ineligible project side, I think the two to keep in mind are probably residential energy projects and pre-application construction costs. So residential energy is exactly what it sounds like. This can't go towards anything in your home. This also comes into play a little bit, probably more commonly with ag operations. So let's say your farm energy needs are tied to the same utility meter as your house. That doesn't mean you're ineligible. We just have to do some fancy footwork to prove that 50% or more of your energy needs are going towards that farm. So we can help you do that easy peasy. Pre-application construction cost, again, pretty self-explanatory. It just means anything that you pay for before we submit that application into Daniel and his team isn't eligible for reimbursement. So easy to avoid. Just hold off on your construction until you receive an official letter from USDA saying that they've got your completed application and that it's accepted. You're welcome to start construction at any point after that, but keep in mind that that letter does not guarantee that you'll receive the funding. It just says you're in the running and you're good to go. So you can always pause until you know for sure. Next slide, please. All right, so there are some minimum and maximum costs here that we can work with, but for the most part, most people fall within here pretty well. I'd say we're usually within the $80,000 range with most folks that we've helped so far, and that's real snug in there. We can expand or contract as we need to. We're happy to work on smaller projects and even bigger ones, so don't let that keep you from reaching out either. Next slide, please. All right. So something that I think is pretty exciting is historically REAP has covered up to 25% of your total project cost, but that's up to 50% now, and that's not small. Like that's a pretty good amount of your project to have taken care of. So I always think about REAP in terms of the grant side, and that's what I've been chatting about. But there is a loan side to this as well, and Daniel will talk more about that. He knows that far better than I do. But suffice it to say for now that the loan guarantee in combination with the grant side can cover up to 75% of your total project costs. We do have to submit proof of funding when we submit your entire application packet, and that's where this grant and loan combo can come in. For most folks, though, that's going to look like a bank statement or a letter of commitment from your bank. We have some other sources of funding too that can go towards that. That'll about do it for me. That's what I got.
So this is when I'm going to somewhat hijack this presentation. I would like to, for sake of time, open this up with a simple question. What barriers do y'all see for your community members, your small businesses, your ag producers, travel corporations? What barriers would you see to accessing this program? Yes, sir.
For us and our tribe, it's like lack of funds. You know, a lot of stuff we're doing is doing it to loan our own businesses money. Hard to get out, you know, basically same how money is just shifting around between businesses. We need outside money to come into this community, new money, fresh money. And to get that, you know, we need money to invest in our own tribe, basically. We got, only place to buy shoes shut down last year. Nothing new is coming. We got a dollar store, but you know. Nothing, no really brand name clothing and stuff like that. Basically just place to draw them in, you know, I mean. As economic development vice chair, I put emphasis on investing in our own tribe, you know, buying local businesses, let that money go back to community. You know, employment for our people, you know, they always say there's not a workforce, but as a guy that came from the work sector, you know, there is a workforce, you see a place to go.
Yes, and I would be the first one to say that the census, definitely discounts the true unemployment rate happening in Native Nation. This is something that I will give you an opportunity to understand where I come from, and what's available. Okay. This is a reimbursement program, so the project must be paid in full before you can be reimbursed. The good news is, number one, Anna's services for technical assistance grant writing is free. Number two, TJ, Alcatraz in the back there, has a new state program. It's called the Tribal Business Development Grant, which very much fits into this program and can assist with the other 50% of funding. Again, a competitive program like ours. The State Department of Environmental Quality also has a loan program up to $40,000, 3.5% interest rate for these projects. The access to capital for that is available. I would say it's a great benefit, in particular tying into this program. Example that I use with most folks goes back to solar. You take out a $40,000 loan, 3.5% interest rate. You get a 50% grant, you automatically pay off $20,000. Solar gets a 30% tax credit. Up to 30, sometimes more. 80% of your project costs are paid in full. The energy savings you receive from this project is generations. For solar, you're talking about 30 years. You're getting your investment back pretty dang quick if 80% of your total project cost is paid for. Not including what TJ may be able to offer through his building. This is an investment not only in your communities, your businesses, your people, your workforce. This is an investment that there's a guaranteed payback. It's going to invest in your contractors, your community. It's going to provide opportunity. It's going to sustainability. Is your communities. How do we sustain these businesses in your communities? So yes, I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely, 110%. The issue that why I said I was a failure to delivering this program so far. With Anna's assistance, and I don't want to hold back on Mr. Riker, Mr. Olbert, with their work with this program outside of tribal communities, but through 2021 to 2023, 3% of our projects were done in Indian country. In the last 9 months, that number bumped up to 20%. The issue, as many of you know, colonists live in your lands. The vast majority of these projects were not done by tribal members. I want to change that. Let's do this. I want to do this. They have been able to access these grant funds. They've been able to access contractors, do the applications, get these projects done on your lands. I don't wanna, I want to give this to your tribal members. Oh. Yes,
I have a comment and a question. I think part of it that would help you recruit, I mean, the marketing side of it. We see this information. This committee sees this information, but, as a tribal leader, I'm spread thin and distracted. So I think if you were able to come to the reservation and we can invite our operators or whoever we need to, bring to the table. And then give the information out. A lot of it, I think the barriers for applying for these is the application process. And if we have someone that can provide technical assistance, then I think there'd be more interest. But for years, our operators have been denied. And that's a huge, obstacle right now.
yes. And I, 110% agree with that. I would say the value added piece to this is I know that all of you are very stretched out. You are all very busy. What I would encourage to create this program to be sustainable, to increase our reach, within that statement, within that, strategy, would be talk to the high school students, talk to your tribal colleagues. Discuss this with your community members. How do we spread this word through the organizations that are already in this? We can help them. We can't do it. You guys have that voice.
We can bring them to the table, but we just need time schedule. Come to the reservation, we'll get our people, our ag program at the high school. We do have people at the college. And we have people that are attending other colleges that have talked about proposals, but they haven't come forward with anything yet. Like we're looking at, farming. Something. We just need someone to come forward with an idea.
And your peoples are very educated, creative. There's a lot of momentum happening with these that I'm excited about. And we would be honored to take that opportunity to be able to sit with you. I'm a handshake and smile type of guy. I'm very open. I understand the importance of that. Yeah, particularly in the communities and the farmers and ranchers. I would be honored to.
Well, to sort of build on what Melissa's, Commissioner Lundberg is suggesting is, you meet people where they're at. And so it's great that you're here, but I really encourage you to hit the road and reach out to each tribe, and I can help you do that. And, you know, like at Northern Cheyenne and Fort Peck, to get the right people at the table so that you can deliver this message. Of course, we can, but there are details here that I don't know about anybody else here, but if I started, you know, trying to explain, I'd get glazed over looks. And so you know, you could be there to answer the questions and deliver materials and I think that could really move the needle on bumping up that number, that actual tribal community members are participating in this program.
Thank you for that. What I will say is we've made a big full-fledged effort to work on that outreach. Tosh Wiseman in the back right there is leading this outreach campaign for our programs. Additionally, we hired 2 more staff under to really focus on your needs. So we are making an effort once every 6 days. But that doesn't excuse, my belief of the importance of what we do. And I'm humbled to say that I'm grateful for this opportunity, but it is more important to.
Yeah.
Elevator speech. 50% grant opportunity for your people, energy efficiency and the energy system. The extra. We're happy to see this.
That's great.
Does that make sense? One more value added piece. And then, I'll jump over to, this is a 100-point scoring system. It's a competitive grant. Projects in your, in Indian country in Montana get an automatic 23-point advantage. And that's thanks to some of our state director, Kathleen, her influence on trying to get into these areas that have been hard to reach. Additionally, all tribal lands are considered disadvantaged or distressed. 23 points of the majority of the projects do not receive. Additionally, I would say for these smaller projects, $40,000 or less, there is extra funding there to help them. And so taking the competitive aspect of this program, I would like to add that there is a much greater chance of being in your territory. I'll start with Mr. Backbone.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I just, my question is, you know, it's, you wanna hand in, Chairman?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, you're having you wanna get out in Indian country and you wanna do that, in order, for my experience, I guess, being, you know, before I was on tribal council and all that, it's, you need a liaison, you need a Native American liaison in your office that can talk to these tribes for you, you know, to bridge that gap. You know, I know it's, when you said colonists, you woke me up. I didn't, you know, when you said colonists live here, you know, you had a liaison and put money into that Native American that's gonna help you, that, you know, to do that, I think you'll get a better response out of that. That's just my question, you know, my opinion, my answer, you know, so. I think because there's a lot of funding and out there, but a lot of state of Montana always comes at an angle where there's no liaison. You know, and I don't know, I might be going off or whatever, but that's just my take. You know, it's always to bridge the gap, you know, you gotta bridge that. We're all different tribes, we're not the same. We're not the same, we don't have the same way of life, I guess, and we're all different, but when it comes to, you know, to kind of see eye to eye, I think we need to really get that, and that opened a lot of doors for your program. That's my thought.
Yeah, I'm
Chairman
gonna,
Gray?
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'll help Daniel out a little bit. Under my leadership, we really have tried to bring, Native employees into rural development, but we can't have a preference, right? So, despite that, we do have a tribal liaison in our housing program. Cindy Coleman, who spends most of her time on the road holding office hours at various tribes. And then we've hired another staff member that is Chippewa Cree. And then another one that is working with Tosh, and I don't remember her tribal affiliation. But we are trying to build that, but we also don't want to have one person who's our tribal liaison, sort of a token, not to be offensive. We want all of our staff to understand how to work in Indian country. We want Native employees, but we are working in Indian country. Sean, I know for Commissioner Backbone, I haven't been back to talk to you independently at the Express, but recently, but we really are reaching out into Indian country and listening to needs And also talking about opportunities, but mostly listening. So also trying to bridge the gap where Daniel is trying to do the outreach. We need to blend those. So I wanted to provide a little more context from the state director. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen, and y'all are creative people. Think about ways, I would encourage you to think about ways that may be helpful. Yes.
What are the barriers or obstacles that you run into involving our tribal people? How can we as commissioners help individuals or groups that may be applying for the funds? Is there obstacles that you have with the tribe itself, or barriers that you can't overcome that maybe we can help?
I would say
No.
I have enjoyed working with you all, and I know that there are barriers that may exist. With this program in particular, what I would say is the economic benefit of it is very easy to see. The relationship piece. I am a open book when it comes to all of the barriers that exist between our teams. I have not seen a business owner within a tribal member who we have served that has not been happy-go-lucky once we find it. The barriers to get to that point, I will say we are setting up mechanisms to reduce. We have NCAP, we have NCDC, NEDC, we have grant writers. We are doing our best to eliminate the barriers that have caused the access to people's. We are doing our best, but they are trying. It is that personal communication. That is a barrier.
It's also capacity, right? It's the capacity of the grant writers, whether you have them, it's capacity if you don't have them. And so with the technical assistance, that is part of the Inflation Reduction Act. The technical assistance was added. So that's the idea. Probably part of it is awareness. We have newsletters that people can sign up for where we promote all of these opportunities. I think there's a contact, if you're gonna get the presentation from this, there's contact and, emails, and the way to sign up for the newsletter. So you can hear about not only this opportunity, but a lot of them. But that's one thing that Tosh and myself and the community development folks have been trying to work on, is that being present and hearing interests. And this program is for ag producers and businesses. And so those are the folks we want to get to. And if they're interested in saving costs, that's an option. And we continue to talk to the Delinas of the world, excuse me, Commissioner Cuthero, sorry, getting too familiar here. About the convenience store and whether that could be a route project on Fort Belknap. So when we hear that, when we're on the ground of the opportunity, then we try and bridge. So that's one thing that wasn't happening at rural development, is that community outreach work that is about listening and then connecting to programs. Once again, yeah, Dan.
No, Kathleen, and I will be the first one to say that Kathleen is much more knowledgeable of working in your areas than us. When I see a barrier, I try to find a way to. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, okay, if you have some problems, like my tribe, we're 100% tribal. But we have managed to get these whole mortgage, ordinance, passed. So. And that a lot of people are not aware of that. So there's things that we know here that you may not go on here.
Absolutely, absolutely. So as part of my, position, I also am the go-between for the Tribal Historic Preservation Offices and the State Historic Preservation Office or the SHPOs amongst your tribes, whichever, if you have. So that whole ground disturbance piece, the buildings that are over 50 years old. I have that expertise to get you through that process for that, to travel relationship. There are barriers. How do we get past? Them? How do we get over them? How do we get around? Them?
Work with us.
I want to. That would be an honor. Outreach is challenging. If there's any way that I can promote this program at your tribal colleges, at areas of where people come together, high schools, tribal colleges, any way that I can create some sort of sustainable communication line. Find somebody that this program piques their interest and they learn. That's all it takes. Flip the switch with one person in your tribal community, and I know how you have incubators and tribal members that just take charge, right? You have certain peoples within your tribe that that just get stuff done. Introduce people.
We're here.
I know you are. I know you are. You guys are some of the most, your people are some of the most creative, intelligent, wise beyond our means. That would be the first person to say that in this room.
Chairman, first, I really do think it's commendable that you have a goal of increasing that number and that you're thoughtful about it. That's less than we typically expect. So thank you for that. Also, just to sort of bring this to a practical applications, I don't know that much about renewable energy and I'm learning. Are these the type of projects that could contribute to, say, partnering with the organizations that need an incredible amount of energy to run a quantum computer or have an AI, or I hate this word, Bitcoin data center? Could these projects lend to that?
The power, yes.
Okay, that's really great news. It's like I'll editorial add my thoughts. I feel like since traditionally the way our land is owned, and can't be used for capital, access to equity has been, that's been really one of our biggest barriers to economic development. But it seems like we're on the horizon of being able to leverage assets in a different way to bring economic development to tribes in terms of renewable energy, quantum computing, but stuff that requires a lot of power.
Yeah, I think there's a big piece of the pie and there's cutting it into pieces, right?
And that might actually also be a really good talking point when you're communicating with tribes.
Yeah, and we can all have a grandiose view of $1 million story. We can also look at doing 4 days, $250,000. So, I think there are ways to get past some of these barriers. But I need your knowledge of it. understand how.
Well, I'm gonna put this very bluntly. The quickest way from what you wanna do and getting it done is to meet people where they're at. And you're just gonna have to put in the miles. I, by the end of this year, I will have driven 40,000 miles. It's just the way to get things done, and that's how we like face to face, and it means a lot to our communities when someone makes that effort. And your boss is a great example of that, you know, I see, I'm like, what are you doing here? And so it's. That's the solution, so belaboring it beyond that, I don't think is fruitful.
Yeah, and I will, I think Kathleen and I share a passion. But doing what it takes, as much capacity we have to do. You know, we hired 3 individuals, to support her in that mission. It's not something that's gonna happen overnight.
I think Daniel will come out with us next time that Tasha and I are out in India. Yeah.
If you will have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course, always. He's on the team.
So I'll end, and I'll take some more questions, for feedback. Within this program, let me say this money. It's money that can be reinvested in your communities, into your peoples, into your workers. Keep your businesses alive, not just for the current business owner, but the next. All I can say is let's do this. Let's do this. If there's a million other programs out there, I guarantee you this is going to be your fastest return on investment. Guarantee. And that's the easiest program we can do. All of our USD. Maybe that's a big statement, but I will say with the access to ANA, NACDC, NADC, all the other funding mechanisms that can go through the state of TJ. Our loan programs that are supporting these investments into energy. This is an opportunity I think we can spread more.
One last question. Does this affect eligibility for tribal electrification funding? Great.
I have a question, Daniel, for you. Hi, Tosh Weissmuller with Rural
Thank you for
Development.
introducing yourself.
Yeah, mentioned my name a couple times. Just want to say, as we're working on the ground with tribal partners regularly, Daniel, from a programmatic perspective, would it be helpful as we were looking at tribal community and economic development strategies or other manufacturing potentials in Fort Peck or wherever we've heard in the last few months as we've been across the state? Would it, from a programmatic perspective, would it be helpful to be on the ground, bring your knowledge of the program, you know, to the business owners themselves? Like, would it help to walk through the businesses, hear about the potential projects? You know, I look at a lot of different projects here that we've talked about, or we've used our other program funds in rural development. And REAP, or at the state level, CPACE kind of comes into the conversation of how can energy efficiency bring in funding to help package the financial package of making these projects move forward. So I guess I've heard from the commission today that being on the ground and meeting with the potential partners would be critical. From a programmatics perspective, would that be helpful to, you know, bring that PA and meet the business owners and be able to answer questions right on the ground across the state?
Can I give you a long answer to that?
No.
So my background, to give you a quick background, I worked in social work with at-risk youth and families for a long time, working with tribal families to families around Montana. I saw disparities in your areas that were heartbreaking. but that's even outside of travel areas. I then went into, sales. I can sell this program to anybody. Any business I walk into, I will point out where your flaws are in your energy efficiency. Whether it's a boiler that's 50 years old, to the lights that are not LED. Yes, to your question, I sell this program to the people face-to-face stuff. And it's consistently, positive feedback, opportunity. With that, we are getting past time at this point. I will be here for lunch, I'll be here afterwards. I would love to meet you, introduce myself personally, have a conversation about your areas, your lands, how we can assist. Thank you. Yeah, it's not.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, with that, we'll wait for lunch. Everyone's invited. We'll be back at 1. Where's? Alright. So up next on the agenda is a Indian Equity Fund recipient, Larry Fallsdown. Floor is yours, sir. At the Hanging 7 Guest Ranch.
Diamond Hanging 7, yeah.
Diamond Hanging 7, sorry, I missed that part.
Well, I can just speak out like this, I can talk loud enough. My name's Larry Fallsdown, Lawrence Fallsdown, actually. I'm a Crow Indian from Pryor, Montana. And, I went into the cattle business about 1963. And the reason I remember it was 1963, because I bought me a brand new Ford pickup for $2,350. Boy, that makes me feel old. Yeah, so, I've been ranching since then. I'm still ranching, but something happened here about 20 years ago. There was a non-Indian rancher out at Pryor who was getting a lot of guests from Europe. Taking them out to Pryor, taking them on rides, taking them to Yellowstone Park, and I was kind of working with him, helping him because he'd been a lifelong friend. Well, I was watching him bring these people in from Europe, mostly from Europe, France, Germany, England, Spain. And I watched him do that. And I went to France with him one year. And he talked to one of his clients over there, and she sent teenage kids to his ranch to learn the ranching experience. And all he had to have was some tents, somewhere to cook, a corral, and somewhere to cook. And that's what they wanted. The kids, the parents over there in France wanted their kids to experience it. And mind this, remember this, that people over in Europe, they really like anything to do with Indians and cowboys. I fit right in because I'm a half breed. I was half cowboy and half Indian. We really made it work. So I was over there, and so she told him that she wanted to send a bunch of kids over that year, and he'd had some before. So he went back, and I didn't know he was this kind of a guy, but the girl, the lady over there, Malika Era from France, she owned the business. It was called Sports and Industries for the kids over there, and she sent kids to America. Well, she had it all lined up to send about 22 kids or something over there, and boy, he was excited because she gave him a big $20,000 down payment. They was coming in July, and I'll be darned, he talked her out to give him the down payment in March. And so he got that money, and I don't know what he did with it, but I was over to his place one day, and he said, Larry, I don't think I'm gonna take them kids. I said, well, you can't do that. She's already sent you $20,000. I'll be darned if she got the kids ready to go in July, and he called and said, I'm not taking them. And I got to meet her, a real nice lady. I got to meet her over there in Paris. And so she called me. And she said, Larry, what's wrong with that crazy man? I paid him $20,000 as a down payment for these kids. They're gonna be at the airport tomorrow, their mothers, and they was all dads was all and he shut them off. And so he didn't take them. And so she called me crying, like I said, and she said, Larry, would you go get the money from him and take my kids? Well, I was building up a place over there at the time, and I said, he ain't gonna give you the money. John, so I told her, I'll tell you what I'll do. You give him $20,000. I'll take half of that 10,000. You send your kids to me and I'll take them for 2 weeks. So she did that. She took the contract from him and gave it to me, and I've been under that contract ever since. But to get started in that business was something else because of the fact that the parents and the host over there, the owner of the business, wanted these kids just to sleep in tents and enjoy the outdoor experience. And so I took them down to high school to shower and cooked for them, had a trailer full of horses, had a saddle shed there full of saddles and bridles to accommodate them kids. And I took them in and did a good job. And I have to brag on myself a little bit, you know how it goes up. And we took those kids and made a success of it. Well, I've been taking those kids ever since. So my boys and I are all builders. So we built, oh man, I don't know how many we got. How many of them cabins? I think we got 5 cabins. We've got a cook shack, a dance floor, because I'm a musician, a bandstand, because I had to show off a whole bunch of stuff out there now. And so we heard about the Indian Equity Grant. So my son is like I said, he's got 2 business degrees in business, and he's a IT man. And he applied for the grant and we got it. And what we did with the money, we used it, and I realized that it was gonna be, we're going to be putting up the work on it ourselves, you know, that sweat equity, I guess what you call it. You guys put up the money to buy the 10, sounds like a little thing, but it wasn't, because we had 5 or 6, 7 buildings to roof. You put them old shingles on, a few years, they blow off and your whole house starts leaking. So we went with the metal roofs. We put metal roofs on them, and they're real nice. Tin that looks nice. It really helped us because we didn't have to put up that 10,000, cost more than that, but we got 10,000 out of it anyway to buy material. And my boys and I, we put the roofs on. So that Indian Equity Grant really helped us because we wasn't deteriorating the roofs on all them houses. And to tell you what happened, I had one cabin there, we didn't get it done. We didn't have enough material. I thought, oh, that'll be all right now. Well, that's been since 21 and it's rotted out. I'm gonna have to do a lot of work on it this spring, which I will to get it up to snuff. But we really appreciated that. It really helped us out. Indian Equity Grant. Right now, well, and then 21 COVID hit us. I was all set for had a lot of guests booked. I had 10 pretty ladies from France booked that I had to take care of for 2 weeks. What a job. But we was all booked up, but we had to cancel everybody. Reason we had to cancel everybody, we didn't cancel, they didn't fly no planes. So we had to cancel that and we didn't have any business there, and we just got back to ranching and waiting, and finally, you know, we're just getting started back at it. And we probably had groups of, I think the biggest group we had, except for that 22 when we were putting tents, now that we got our cabins and our cook shack and all that stuff going, we have a modern indoor facilities now, and it's really working out. I think about the highest we had was 18 girls at one time. I say girls because France, all the girls ride over there, and they're very, very good riders in France. Over the years, we have probably have an average of about 2 boys a year. And when COVID shut us down, we went into doing a lot of weddings. And we did some things with the Crow Tribe. We had a bunch of kids come over and they did a cultural thing with about 25 kids 2 or 3 times over there. And they showed them how to put up a teepee and how to do all kinds of things. It was really a success. I wish that program was still going. Do you know anything about it, Sean?
I don't, I mean, we did, but I think they just kind of phased out in.
Okay, that was, Latana was on that program, and Sharon Paraguay.
Yeah.
So that program is, can they apply for this program?
They probably could, yeah.
So, do you have any questions about this?
How big are your cabins?
Oh, they're about, I got one duplex is about 24 by 12. And then most of them are 16 by 12, 16 by 14. Then we have mutual shower facilities there, and then we have a courtyard fenced around there with grass and a lot of fun things like volleyball and all that kind of things, all that kind of stuff. It's been quite a run, I tell you.
So then you do like a cultural component to this too, or?
Yeah, we usually get an elder to come in and talk to him. We had Joe Medicine for one time, what a kid that was. And the kids just couldn't believe it, and so he likes to tease, he likes to have fun with them, and that was amazing. He really did a good job. And my brother Adley used to come and talk to him, and he's gone now, he died of COVID. Yeah, so that really affected a lot of people out on the reservation, up and down the creek. You can't believe the friends I lost up and down that creek from COVID. Yeah.
Where do you do this at?
About a mile and a half south of Pryor, towards the Pryor Mountains. We're about
Oh,
3 or 4 miles from the mountain. base
Past
of
the school there?
Yeah,
And then up
just
there?
past the school, we're a mile past the school, a mile and a half.
South.
Yeah, so.
Oh, okay, I know where you're at.
Yeah. We like to do, I like to do weddings and, getaways. I used to do a ladies' day. I'd have 10 come in and I'd cook steaks for them, get horses in, and next morning we'd, let them go on in my arena and warm up and see what kind of riders are, and then they go for a nice long ride. We're gonna get back to doing that because they really enjoy doing that. Get away from your old men, I guess that's what they like.
Your ladies hear that? Any other questions for?
I just have
Yeah.
I just have a comment. Thank you for coming and sharing your story, and I think you were born to do this. Your personality and your presence, you were born to do this.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I was, like I said, I started ranching in 1963. And I was old enough to go in the bars, so that means you can figure out how old I am. I'm getting old, John, I'm getting old. And time goes fast, I have 15 minutes and it's almost 1:30. Do you have any more questions?
Anybody?
I think one of the things I'd advise you, I'd like to talk to some of the young kids who want to go into business. They keep asking me, folks from over on the other side, I like over in Pro and Dodge Grass around. They wonder how I got started in this. Well, it isn't so much getting started. You can do that by advertising things, but well, I'll tell you what, the business side of it, you don't want to get yourself in trouble on the business side of it. Because on the reservations, you have trust property and you have deeded property. Now, trust property, I wrote to the IRS when I first started ranching in '63. And I said, what's my obligations as far as paying taxes? They said, if you're in agriculture, if you make your money off tribal land, which is trust land, or your own trust land, which is land you have held in trust by the United States government, you don't have to file taxes on it. But a lot of people think that falls over on the working on the reservation, and it don't. You really got to keep that separate, and you really got to keep up on it because it could get you in trouble.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think that just because we're on the reservation, we don't pay taxes. I got a country band, Western band, it's called Pro Country Band. I have more fun with my members, there's 5 of us in there. We all go to breakfast sometime and I look at them and they do such a good job and I said, okay, boys, I got my Indian money today, I'm gonna buy breakfast. Because you can't believe the non-Indians out there in the world who think that, I like to say Indians, because I'm 82 years old and that's the way I was brought up. I don't say indigenous people and Native Americans. I say Indians, so I tease them and say I got my Indian money today. We don't get Indian money. We don't get a check every month. That's a fallacy. We can apply for the same things that Maryland can apply for, right? We can apply for WIC. We can apply for all this stuff, but we don't get no Indian money. So I already give them a good shot there, telling them I'm gonna buy their lunch because I got my Indian money. Yeah, there's a lot of stories I could tell you. I don't have time right now, but let me tell you, it's a good business and it really makes you keep your place up. I get lax sometimes, and man, I hate to go out there and rake them leaves and I do all the cooking and stuff for my guests when they come out. I like to cook and I cook breakfast, lunch and dinner and, we just, we enjoy it. I hope to have, groups this year, then we'll get back into taking kids. I want my sons to take over, but I got 4 sons and grandkids and children who can do this stuff, but man, they all got good paying jobs and they hate to go out doing this, cause you gotta be available 24 hours a day. You gotta take care. And another thing, real quick, I'll tell you about the price. All them years, 20 years, I charged $600 a week per kid. And that, the more kids I got, the more money I'd make. And boy, I look at other guest ranches and they're way up there in there, 1,500 a week, 2,000 a week. I never did raise it. The highest I ever raised mine was $700 a week. And my kids would say, why do you do that? Well, I was making money. I was getting along. You know, when we first started doing this, the money that I took in, I paid the expenses, sure. But I'd take the money I had left over and I'd put it into the place, build cabins, build that up, build it up. So when I got done, I don't owe a dime on any of my stuff because I took the money that I got from the guests and put it back into the place. So that's it. I'll keep going. If anybody wants to come to my ladies' night out, send them. I'll cook them a rib steak. Well, they got another choice. They can have salmon too. But I have gentle horses and I had to laugh one time. We was putting this lady from Huntley on her horse. It took 4 guys to get her on her horse. And that horse was just a little horse like that. Boy, that was quite a task. My kids always tell me, said, remember, Dad, when you book these people to go horseback riding, you gotta be an athlete to ride a horse, right, Sean? Yeah. You gotta be an athlete. You can't just throw somebody on there and they bounce down, fall off and break their arm. We don't want none of that stuff. Okay, thank you very much for the Indian. I did get a grant and I put those roofs on. We bought a mini split for one of the large cabins and it all worked out really good. We're gonna apply for it again because we're gonna start opening again because of COVID. I want to tell you, have I got time to, 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
I want to tell you about what happened to me. I was in this business and all of a sudden, like I said, the plane shut down. You know, nobody came. So I had to shut everything down. And my accountant told me, well, that's important, get an accountant. That my accountant who does my taxes said, why don't you apply for that unemployment through the state? So I did. Because I didn't have no guests that, sure I had my cows and stuff, but that was separate. So I applied for that and I got it. And they sent me a check every week for about till I shut it off myself because I started opening up and I started guests, so I shut that off. All the son of a gun, about 3 months, the Department of Labor sent me a letter in the mail that said, you did not qualify for that money we sent you. We want it back $10,000. Not only did they want the money back, but they said they're gonna come and take my cars and my bank account and everything else. Can you imagine? That sounded like a scam, but it wasn't. So I didn't know what to do. I called and called and called for 3 or 4 days and nobody had answered the phone. We're gonna put you on hold. Your waiting time is 2 hours and 66 minutes. So I did that. Finally, I thought, what do I do? And Randy, all of a sudden, he's into that pretty good. He said, ask him to negotiate with you. Still couldn't get a hold of him. So what I did is I sent him $100 and so they wouldn't take my house. They couldn't, but you know, so they wouldn't take me to court or any. I don't want to go to court. I'll pay it back. I sent him $100. And last 3 months I've been sending them $100 a month and they're satisfied with that. So I guess I'll just keep doing that. Do you guys know anything about that?
I'm the one who called you. Thanks for the $100.
Okay.
Keep it coming.
Yeah, I'm going to the bank in a minute. Okay, thank you, guys.
Appreciate that. Okay. Moving on, we have Montana Manufacturing Extension Center. Patty.
You bet.
Well, thanks for having me. A little bit about myself. I grew up on the Flathead Reservation, close to CSKT Bison Range. My cousin used to sit on this council, Shelley Fine, and she just got elected to House District 91.
Yeah.
So that's great. So I want to talk to you a little bit about manufacturing and what's going on in the state. So first of all, I'd kind of like to give you a definition of what manufacturing is. Could you go to the next one? So in Montana, we're very good at grain, farming, ranching, logging, mining, oil. And those are all economic activities, but when you take those products and you do something with them, that's what manufacturing is. So obviously some of it's value added ag. We took a farm and ranch product. Others is value added forestry, and that goes all the way down to furniture or blue ribbon nets. And value added mining, which includes oil as well. So can you go to the next one? Do you have my other presentation? I did some corrections.
Maybe it's the wrong one.
Anyway, when you're talking about value added farming, so growing a crop of oats, that's farming. And probably get $3 a bushel for that. This is the one off the stick.
Yeah.
Thank you. So about $3 a bushel for oats, but if you roll those oats in bulk, that's worth $5 a bushel. So that, now we're in the manufacturing. If we put them in 50-pound bags, now we're at $18 a bushel. We put them into a 42-ounce can, it's now worth $46. So value added ag is manufacturing, and adding value to something physical is manufacturing. We'll go to the next one. Here's the same example with ranching. A weaned calf might be worth $1,400. As soon as we get into cutting it into meat, that's manufacturing. And we're up to $3,900 a head. By the time you get to retail, it's $4,700 a head. So that's manufacturing as well. Go to the next one. So why is manufacturing important in Montana? Well, according to the University of Montana's Bureau of Business and Economic Research, every manufacturing job in Montana creates 2.63 additional jobs in the economy. So when you think about that, if we were to build a little factory out in the middle of nowhere in the prairie, eventually we're going to need a store there. That's jobs. We're going to need a banker there. That's jobs. So that's where the additional jobs come from. So manufacturing truly is a jobs creator. There's a question I usually ask people when I'm talking about manufacturing. Can you find anything in this room that was not manufacturing? Besides the people.
Right.
If you have tap water, we don't consider that manufacturing. Living everything that was used in the building. So almost everything you've purchased, everything you've eaten or drank is manufactured. So can you go to the next one, please? So what's MMEC? We're the Montana Manufacturing Extension Center. Have anybody heard of us?
Nope.
You've probably heard of Ag Extension.
Yep.
Kind of a similar model. Instead of helping farmers and ranchers, we help manufacture. A little bit different. There's a couple different nuances, but I'll get to those. We're partially funded by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And they partially fund a center in every state. And the funding is based on the number of manufacturers in your state. So our federal funding is about $840,000 a year. California's is $15 million. So, and every MEP is either at a university, in the state government, or a 501c3. We are with Montana State University. Can you go to the next one? Here's a map showing all the different manufacturing extension partnerships across the USA. The good thing is we partner all together very well. So if I need an expert on beef jerky, I might be able to find one in another state, and they're more than happy to come help me. Can you go to the next one? So MMEC is part of the MSU College of Engineering. We've been around since 1996, approved by the Board of Regents and the legislature. We're tasked with growth, innovation, and sustainability. And when we put sustainability up there, we define it not only as being good for the environment, but also stay in business so you can pass it to the next generation. Our parent organization, NIST MEP, their priorities are workforce, supply chain, and technology. And all MEPs are nonprofit, public-private partnerships. And what I mean by that is, so yes, we do get federal funding. We also get state funding from the legislature. And then we are required to make up a third of our budget by fees that we charge our customers. The caveat to that is, we're not we call that value pricing. If we can't scope it tight enough, we tend to come in right around $1,500 a day. We cut that, you know, if I work 2 hours, it's only a quarter of a day. So, like I said, we do have a 100% guarantee on that. And usually if you ask me to do something, it's gonna take me less than about 8 hours. I'm not even gonna charge you because it would take more time for me to write up the contract than to do the work. So, can you go to the next slide, please? So how do we do business? We have 8 business advisors throughout the state, strategically located. They regularly call up manufacturers, and go visit them. They ask them, what's keeping you up at night? And ask a lot of questions, and then they say, is it possible I give you a proposal on how I could fix that? And if he says yes, we bring back the proposal with a price. All that area. So, can you go to the next one? We also have a advisory board, consists of 20 members. On the advisory board, we have 12 Montana Manufacturing Company representatives. We have one from Department of Commerce, one from Labor and Industry, one from Ag, and one from the 2-year colleges. Can you go to the next one? Here's where our advisory board members are located. We try to make our board quite diverse with what type of industry are they in? Are they a big company, a small company, where are they located, so forth. So that's where they're at currently. Thought you might find this interesting in Montana manufacturing. The chart on the left is Montana, 1978 to 2019. Chart on the right is US. You'll see a general upward trend in Montana, a general downward trend in the United States. And most of us are old enough to remember big shutdowns in lumber mills, aluminum foundry, copper foundries. And I would expect to see the numbers dip significantly during those times, and it's really not there. The red line is the number of employees, and the blue line is the number of manufacturing companies. So Montana's looking quite good compared to the US. Do you want to go to the next chart? This is a more recent one. The last chart went through 2019. This is up through 2024. You can see an even steeper incline, which is great news for the state of Montana and the economy. You go to the next one. This chart shows where all the manufacturers are per county. Nope. Remember my definition of manufacturing, so, somebody making, knives in their garage, that's a manufacturer. And we help them. You can see that, Gallatin County has come up high. Highest to 833, I think it says, or 803. Just 5 years ago, Yellowstone County was number one. Now Missoula, Flathead, and Gallatin are larger. Unfortunately, we have two counties in Montana that have no manufacturing. So, Treasure and Petroleum. So I often surmise that the economic health of county could probably be pretty closely correlated to how many manufacturers. But not so.
There's no people there in petroleum either.
That's true. And I have since been corrected. I guess there's a new cabinet shop in Hysham, so Treasure County is gonna go on. So, can you go to the next one? Here's all the clients we've served in Montana since 1996. And this also needs to be updated because we did help out Beaver Creek Brewing and Weebone. So, still haven't helped anybody in Treasure or Petroleum. We try to partner with everybody in the state that could possibly help out manufacturing. The list is endless and I won't bother reading it to you. But we try to stay abreast of anything they could do to help the manufacturer and be able to tell the manufacturer, here's who you need to talk to. Here you go, Nick. So is another difference between us and Ag Extension, besides the fact we have to charge, is that we have to survey every one of our clients. Approximately 6 months after the project, we have to ask, survey, and it's done by an independent third party. And they ask them all kinds of things like how many jobs did you create? How much sales did you go up? What's your future challenges? And so, if we don't hit a minimum threshold, they'll pull our federal funding. So, go to the next one. But the Montana Manufacturing Extension Center has scored as one of the top manufacturing extension centers in the US since its inception. So that's good news. We can do a good job according to them. We can go to the next one. So I told you we surveyed the clients for those financial numbers. The survey started in 2001. And through 2024 Q2, this is the accumulated total that all of our clients have told an independent third party. We help them either create or retain 8,000 jobs. Help them create or retain 1.6 billion in sales, 417 million in additional investments, and 207 million in cost avoidance or savings. If you take those numbers and then calculate it into an ROI, return on investment, according to Upjohn, the national MEP system has returns $18.10 for every dollar invested back into the federal treasury. The entire manufacturing extension partnership throughout the United States costs the federal government $175 million. In the federal budget, that's a rounding error. According to the University of Montana BBR, in 2023, MMEC provided the Montana taxpayer with 7.7 to 1 ratio return on investment. And also, according to them, we return to our clients a 30 to 1 Go to the next one. Some of the things that we typically do for manufacturers is we'll lead them through strategic planning, lots of process efficiencies, employee management systems. We help them develop new products, commercialize it, do engineering, safety and environmental requirements, workforce development, training, marketing, accounting, finance, feasibility studies, and startups. Some of the newest things we've taken on include supply chain development and optimization. So after COVID, it became obvious to most people that our supply chain was very fragile. So we have a service that no matter what you're making and you're buying products that go into your product, we'll help you search nationwide for a backup supply chain for that, or a new one, or if you're getting it from overseas, we'll help you find a US one. So, we also do cybersecurity, as I'm sure you guys are all well aware, that's a huge issue. CMMC is even advanced cybersecurity that if you're a federal contractor to the DoD, you have to be CMMC certified. So we do that. Business transition assistance. A lot of companies in this day and age, a lot of baby boomers that are looking to get out and retire. And so we help them with the transition to either a new family member, sell to somebody. And of course, our concern is keep it in its location so we won't pull the jobs out of that community. Leadership development since COVID and the workforce shortage. We see a lot of younger people being raised. Yes.
How new are these initiatives?
Oh, 7 years.
Oh, they're not that.
No,
That's good.
so
Yeah,
new compared to 28 years we've been at this.
sure. Okay.
Yes,
Could you go back to slide 23?
sure.
Just so I could take a picture of this. I just missed it. Perfect.
So we're having to help companies develop leaders or have to pull people up off the floor sooner than we were used to. A lot of food startups in Montana. And food safety is a big issue. I think some of you probably heard about Lower Valley meat processor in Kalispell that got E. coli in their system and somebody died. So, apprenticeships, we're helping set up apprenticeships. We actually we're partnered with Montana Department of Labor and Industry, so we are sponsor, which means that we will design the apprenticeship for the company. We'll get it approved by Department of Labor and Industry, and we'll do all the paperwork. So that the company doesn't have to, the company gets comfortable with the idea of apprenticeship. We also have a DoD Mission Accelerator Center partnership, so there's a person that sits in our office in Bozeman. His job is to help companies get into the Department of Defense. So not just all federal government, just DoD. So if the company thinks they have this really cool thing that the warfighter might need, we'll help them set up a meeting with the right people in the Department of Defense. We now have an advanced manufacturing technology.
Yeah, question, so let's say, so that DoD, does that, the Indian Buy Act will go along with that?
I think so, but I'm not too up to speed on that. I want to get to that a little bit later. When we get into it. So we have a van filled with the latest technology and automation and 3D printers and robots. We drive around to small manufacturers and show off, here's what's possible. Here's how you can increase your throughput and stop the back injuries. Unfortunately, in Montana, we're pretty far behind when it comes to automation. We still think we can hire some college kids to pull on the green chain or stack 50-pound bags of grain on a pallet out there. And despite the big back injuries that you're gonna have to pay for, it's not too many people. We also started a Well, so when it comes to that advanced technology, most manufacturers get really nervous because they think, I don't have a maintenance guy that can troubleshoot it. Knows anything about it. So we got a 1-year certificate started at Highlands College in Butte. And we're doing internships off of that and doing apprenticeships for this as well. So we can go to the next. So I want to talk to you about what we've done with tribal economic development in the past 28 years. So since 1996, we've done 161 projects with 67 different clients on Montana's reservations. Blackfeet Reservation, we've done 14 projects with 10 clients, and 4 of those clients were tribally owned. Crow, unfortunately, 0 projects, 0 clients. Flathead Reservation, 126 projects with 45 clients. 4 of them were tribally owned, and we've done 21 projects with S&K Electronics. Fort Belknap, 3 projects, 3 clients, 1 tribally owned. Fort Peck Reservation, 14 projects, 5 clients and 3 tribally owned. In fact, just this morning, I was on the phone trying to get Rodney Miller on the phone. Rodney from Fort Peck. Yeah. Trying to get him to do a survey. So we did a business plan for him on meat processing. Little Shell, Chairman Gray, these 2 were obviously before you purchased them. So it's Blue Ribbon Nets and Atkins Rock. Oh, yeah, so. Northern Cheyenne, 2 projects, 2 clients, 2 tribally owned. And Rocky Boy. Can't find any manufacturers.
You just have flour now, right?
What?
You just have flour, right?
We're starting.
Okay, we'd be happy to help. If you can go to the next slide. Here's just an idea of the type of projects we did. These are the 21 projects that have been done for S&K Electronics. I won't read them all to you. Some of them may not make sense to you. So when we look at Montana manufacturers, the biggest point of manufacturing in Montana is food and beverage. But in my opinion, we haven't even tapped that. The amount of agriculture products that we produce, somebody might know that, it's enough to feed 10 states. And we don't process near enough. So food and beverage is also the largest growing segment of manufacturing in the United States. I think there's huge opportunities in there. In Montana, we're always going to be behind the 8 ball when it comes to shipping our raw product, shipping in and out. But at least with, if we're doing stuff value added ag and we're using our own grown products, we can at least avoid the incoming shipping overcharges and then just ship out. So, we'll go to the next one. I think another opportunity, I think you got talked to this a little bit today, is there's about 30 to 40 companies in Bozeman area. They're involved in photonics. And you probably heard about the quantum research. So what do they really need as companies making photonics products or quantum? They really need subcontractors that are going to do printed circuit boards, wiring harnesses, and machine parts. So obviously S&K Electronics is sitting in a nice position right now to capitalize on that. West Electronics and Fort Peck is sitting in a nice position there. That's another project we just did, is we set up 2 high school interns at West Electronics. Then machine parts, they always need machine parts. Kind of a tough business to be in, but shipping in aluminum, steel isn't as bad as other things being shipped in, so always an opportunity there. I know A&S used to be into that quite extensively. I think another opportunity is most of the machine, this is throughout the entire state, most of the machine parts in Montana, we have a lack of anodizers. That's that's a, electroplating that goes on aluminum and other machine parts. It's kind of tough to get it permitted for the environmental, you're basically dipping metal parts into chemicals. But all the companies in Montana that need anodizing, shipping it out of state, get it back to them because there's nobody here to anodize it. So, or to the level they need, there's different levels of anodizing. So, any questions for me? I'd kind of like to just have a conversation about manufacturing.
So do we just call you or?
Yeah.
And then say, hey, we have an idea and.
Yep, absolutely. We can help with patent searches and technology searches and just about anything you can think of. If I can't do it myself, I know somebody.
Okay.
So. I just thought the previous gentleman was up here talking about France. And had a flashback. I remember my cousin Shelley when we were kids and as an exchange student to France. She ended up getting in a big fight with the host family because she told them she lived in the house and they just decided she was a full-blown liar. Indians live in tiki. So my cell phone's on my card. Call anytime. Love to help you guys out. My email's there too. Thanks for taking the time.
Good.
Listen to me.
Didn't even realize.
Pleasure meeting
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Lots of stuff there, yeah. All right, moving on, we have the TJ show. Rest of the afternoon. Look at that, they're already all on his first slide.
Good afternoon, everyone. Commissioners, Chair Gray. Chair Gray, if it's okay, I'm gonna start with House Bill 19. I know that's by itself in the agenda, but I just plan to roll through the rest of the updates with OIs and Indian Equity Fund as well. So,
Your show.
okay. All right, well, yeah, next slide, Ray. Thank you. Well, yeah, what I'm gonna touch on this afternoon is, I'm gonna start off with the economic dashboard update as it pertains to House Bill 19. Just gonna go over the overview of what that is again, and touch on our summary, this year's, the progress that we made. Also, I have a couple of, rendering models, that I'm gonna show you, just kind of some mock-up examples of essentially what's possible, what it potentially could look like. And then we'll touch on some next steps moving forward. For our OIS update, I want to definitely talk about our new entrepreneur development specialist person. Really excited to have him on board. I'll touch on that. And then also our EconoQuest sponsorship. I don't know how many of you remember Nikki Geitzler with Montana World Affairs Council. She's the executive director and we helped them actually earlier this year with the Academic World Quest event. And then we helped them again recently with their EconoQuest event. So I'll touch on that. And then it's Tribal Business Development Grant time. It's an open application status. And so definitely want to remind you about that. And then lastly, I want to talk about our Indian Equity Fund, where we stand with that. So yeah, the economic dashboard update. We'll jump right into that. So House Bill 19, as a reminder, House Bill 19 is centered on the development of an ongoing system that shows the economic contributions of Indian tribes. And so throughout 2024, OIS has been focused on developing this system for the gathering of data, allowing the department to quantify on an ongoing basis the economic contributions of the tribes. So moving into 2025, we're working on an implementation plan, organizing that. And first and foremost, it is going to be centered on the feedback from you guys as far as how you potentially see this or what it could look like. I have a few examples of what it may look like, but we don't want to just pick a direction, the state pick a direction and then we just go without consultation from the tribe. So the first checkpoint is going to be, as we move into 2025, is to get that consultation with each of our tribes on their input on what it should look like, so. So just a quick checkpoints of 2024, our progress summary. Back in January 11th, we had an update to the State Tribal Relations Committee that we provided them. Just basically informing them of our progress. We spent the months of February and March conceptualizing the scale of what this dashboard would look like. We had meetings with Commerce Leadership, with the Research Information Services Bureau, RIS, and also the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. So when moving on into April and May this year, we started collaboration through an MOU with the State Information Technology Services Division. And they were able to kind of help us get our bearings as far as setting up this project and also helped us initiate the example or the model renderings of what a dashboard could look like. We ultimately ended that engagement with SITSD just after realization of high costs that would exceed our budget. And so we decided to shift the focus in-house and to utilize the Research Information Services Bureau, RIS, to basically assist with creating renderings of an economic dashboard model. On July 11th, an internal meeting was held between my program and RIS. And again, we just explored the initial dashboard creation. And also we identified opportunities for improvement to ensure that this system that we're creating is going to be user-friendly. And then in September, early this year, RIS presented us with an up-to-date dashboard model that reflects all of internal commerce data. And you can go to the next slide. So yeah, I'll jump into showing you the actual pictures of what this model could look like, but definitely want to preface it with the fact that this is not a final mock-up. It's just an example. We can totally reverse pivot if needed, if this is a direction that you feel is not correct. But it's just kind of a starting point where we can grow from here. And all of this information is currently the current way it's set up is it's all pulled from Commerce's director's database. So it's all internal commerce data. But obviously the plan after consultation with the tribes, we want to expand this out to show external data as well. And so, yeah, you can go to the next slide. So yeah, this is the first picture of what it potentially could look like. And again, this is what RIS helped develop for us. But as you can see, it's a map of Montana. It has our tribes there in yellow. And the little dot points are all of the awards that were granted. This actual model at the top, it's hard to see, but you can actually adjust the date range in order to see at any given point in time how many awards were actually given out. Next slide. And again, this is another possibility of what it can look like, further expounding on that, or further elaborating on the first example that you saw. There's corresponding a line chart here that you can see, or a bar chart that has kind of color coded. You can see it's color coded by fiscal year. And at the bottom, it has the actual amount that was granted to each tribe, I believe is what's on that list, and then also the NAVAs. So yeah, next slide. And again, just another, kind of the same thing, another bar chart that just shows, you know, color coded, just organizes the data so it's easy to understand, easy to see. So this is kind of the direction we've been heading, working with RIS in order to create this economic model. Next slide. So next steps from here, for the remainder of this year and the start of 2025, we're going to be working on securing and organizing feedback from State Tribal Relations Committee, from this commission, and as well as all of the tribal leaders, who need to be at the table to have input on this.
So that dashboard's gonna be available to who? So you're just showing how much money you're giving out to each tribe, basically?
Well,
Cause I'd like to see something different if that's the case, cause that's gonna be a big, oh, look, we give Indian country and where's the return? You're just
Yeah.
opening a can of worms.
exactly, and that's exactly the feedback we're looking for, is it's just kind of,
Mix it.
yeah, we can, we can totally, adjust it and strive for different data points, because we want to show the data points that you want to be.
Yeah, cause it was right there, you know, it's loan, go to the next slide, please. See right here,
Yeah.
projects, grants and loans, and it's like, that's just gonna be a hotbed of shared.
Chairman?
Yeah.
Is this something we can kind of talk about right now?
Please.
This has been a burr in everybody's saddle for probably 8 years. And HB 19, it's just a quick reminder, was a solution to the Indian caucus insisting on an economic development impact report similar to what was done in 2012.
Yep.
But they only allocated like $40,000 and designated BBR and so, and the 2012 report took about 3 years to gather the data and cost about $300,000 to produce. So I just want to kick this around with other commission members. And I appreciate all the work that you guys have put into this, so please don't freak out when I say this. Should we work with the caucus this session to make this go away? I'm just gonna put it that way, because what I've been seeing is that when states with significant tribal populations put out a report similar to this, it's through the college or another organization. And I'm just spitballing here, but you know, what if we could pass this off to like Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders or one of the schools and just help raise the money for them to fund it? But we keep the legislature out of it. I mean, I think it's an important report, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's good to see this, but for everybody's eyes, no.
So,
Just 'cause good cause.
yeah, well, and with that said, my office, we're completely reworking the state tribal activities database. So this information will go into that, and it's publicly available if anybody specifically asks for it. But, you know, you guys would have to fill this out and use STAB. So, I mean, I'm sorry I'm spraying this on you right
No.
now, but, you know, I feel.
What did they produce? What did the University of Montana produce
Nothing.
with the money they had?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was before I started, but
Yeah.
my understanding
Yeah,
it was not.
But
it was
Even
in-
before you started, there should have been an update on what they spent and
Sure.
what was the results? Nothing.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything.
No.
And so this
So
was
the money-
call after call after call, once a week in 2020, during the 2021 session. We would get updates from the head of BBR, I think his name is Tony. And they just were completely stalled because one, it wasn't enough money, two, they didn't really understand the mission. And three, there isn't anybody over there who's native, so they didn't, I mean, literally every call was like, well, we're not really sure who we need to talk to, and we sent them forms to fill out, and so, they ate through the 40 grand fishing, I guess, on a fishing expedition. So I feel like at this point, do we move forward with what you're doing already, which, you know, obviously we've got some pretty strong thoughts about the data.
Well, wait, though, if we're moving forward with this and then have, like, it depends what that, like, survey of native nations is doing. That shows what's being spent in the communities, what we're using the money for, which will kind of show, you know, counter to this. So people know like, oh, hey, they're getting all this money, but it's also like ours, 100% goes into Cascade County and the surrounding areas. Not, so just, you know,
Chairman Gray, part of this is just what we have within our department that we're
Oh,
showing.
no, I know.
And it's not what we want as a final product or anything.
Right.
This is just what we've got to work with. So we definitely wanted to go for more, which is working with the tribes to find out, you know, definitely more of the.
Yeah, we're not, you know, we're not married to this. We're not insisting that it needs to be a certain way. We're loving this feedback. I mean, whatever direction you guys think is best is what we want to pursue. So, yeah.
I feel.
They do, I mean, after some experience under my belt, I do feel like a product, if it's going to come from the state level at all, should come from this commission and not the legislature. And, you know, part of the issue is having that information in real time is a dream. But how realistic can we be about the tribes providing information that quite frankly, they don't have to? You know, so whose job is it gonna be to, you know, sweet talk Delina into taking, you know, 3 hours a week to update this database?
Yeah, that's the problem, the big problem.
I think everything, I think for most tribes, basically everything that anybody makes as part of any kind of income that's generated, like by a job, whether it's a tribal job, a federal job at the local post office, a state school job, working as a kindergarten teacher on one of the schools on the reservation. Or whether it's, you know, the housing authority, whatever. I think literally all of the money, including the non-members that might be working in the federal post office or maybe the school, everybody's money is all being spent in the state of Montana.
Yeah.
Almost 100% of the dollars that are spent by any individual in a reservation boundary is being spent in the state of Montana, with the exception of, we're not all built the same quota still. So you've got some tribes with local businesses in the reservation, so you would just basically take everything that everyone's making, all major employers, minus any businesses that are actually getting money to be able to be spent. That's your contribution to the state of Montana, and it's great, it's huge. Most of the goods and services that most tribes buy are off reservation within the state, not within the tribal reservation boundary, most of it, but not for all tribes. Some are different, some have their own businesses, you know, we have a few. But that's really the contribution, and on top of it, similarly to how, Mr. Patty Fleming had, you know, jobs created, you know, from a result of funding, you know, that's, you know, still a contribution, you know, to the use of money.
Yeah.
Things like that, basic things. I think, those kind of things are where a tribe doesn't have to fold over its audit for you. You know, I've been through my tribe's audit. I do study my tribe's audit because I'm interested and plus I need to know that information. But, and I've used the audit in some cases to get some of the Office of Indian Economic Development's data collection to them, to Heather. But not every tribe's gonna wanna fold over their audit, you know, for everyone, you know, to be able to calculate all those numbers. But really, any kind of contribution, maybe a more of a basic type contribution, like maybe even just asking tribes a simple question: who are all your major employers on the reservation? And are most of those dollars spent on the reservation, or are they spent off the reservation? I mean, we should be able to say that. We should be able to tell. How do we measure that? I mean, we have intelligent people on our reservations that can measure that ourselves and then fill out a report and send it back. That kind of basic data can certainly be achieved and collected, I would think, rather than having councils have to go through like a lot of data sets and make decisions on what they want to give up or not give up. I think something real basic, like a 3 or 4 major collective, you know, questionnaire. Send it to your planning departments, you know, they just have them be your contact people, have them get permission from their council to provide that information. Have it, you know, aggregate data that they can submit, you know, without showing you all the inside guts of how they got the data. I think that would be something Montana state legislatures would like to see. How many jobs you're creating with anybody's money? How many, how much money are you providing to the state that circulates back into the bed tax that we're using money to fund the things that we're doing today? Simple, keep it, maybe simple down to 3 or 4 attributes. I think that's something that councils can get behind and be responsive to. Going to the council is good too. I definitely, respect my council. I would never give any data without letting my council know, but something simple like that might work for us with a data collection or a sharing with the state legislature. The Native Nation survey, I don't know if all tribes are participating in the Native Nation survey. It's free. And those guys are some super duper bean counters. I mean, those guys really are. They are top notch. And that's free. But I don't know how many tribes are participating. Mine was on board and then they stutter step because they wanted to know what more data can we get beyond the reports that are being offered to us, beyond the sample data sets that were provided to us in the presentation to my council. And my answer, is, well, we could ask for pretty much anything we want. The more, the better. That's great. You're asking that. And then for me, I'm going through an IRB at the college just to make sure that my council, that's my last step, is to get the IRB to rubber stamp it. But we're gonna participate, and I think that's gonna be a really good report. And I see that, as maybe perhaps a double up on what maybe this is perhaps doing. I mean, that could be shared with the state legislature, and I'm sure Heather and them will share it, give it back. And the tribes can decide what they want to share. They can get back these reports, and then they can decide to keep them for themselves for decision-making purposes, or they can share them in the big report and the consolidated one, and they're offering this to all tribes in Montana. So that's just my suggestion.
Well, Chair Gray, and Commissioner Poole, kind of sounds like with House Bill 19, I mean, I guess the legislative intent is somewhat understood, but I mean, I guess ultimately, I don't know if we, for our own program, as far as next steps and proceeding, I guess I'm submitting it back to you. What would you recommend our next steps be from our office? Because we do have a plan moving, like I said, into 2025, even so much as securing an economic quantitative analyst position who could help with this whole process. But I don't know if this is maybe an opportunity where we need to pump the brakes on this, or, what would do you have any further thoughts on?
Get the money back.
Well, I really like, Commissioner Cutthroat's, suggestion, keeping it simple, 3 or 4 questions,
Yeah.
sell it to councils,
Yeah.
which I feel like we could pretty successfully do. And so, again, brainstorming rules apply. I'm wondering if we could compel the legislature. If we keep it that simple, is it something we could do once a year? Over a season? I think that really needs to be looked at before we make that kind of commitment, because, my office puts out a state tribal relations report every year. Is this something we can include in the state tribal relations report? And I want to keep it simple. I don't want to complicate what Delina is suggesting at all. But I'm just wondering, that seems to be an elegant solution and not as burdensome as this. In listening to Delina talk, I mean, literally, we could all probably ballpark this number.
Yeah.
Given a day. So, I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I like keeping it
I
simple.
think the whole thing was designed for failure in the first place. Since they didn't give them enough money for the project.
I think, I don't disagree with you, but I think it's more of a construct of the folks behind the legislation were very, very well intentioned and just didn't have all of the information to ensure that it was a comprehensive act. And I'm also wondering, politically wise, if it was just to try and get a foot in the door, because the year this was passed, there was no way that legislature would approve $250,000 for a report.
When was this passed?
HB 19 was passed in the 2023 session. And the act that this was trying to modify, that was passed in the 2019 session. And in the 2021 session is where there was a lot of like, where is this report? Why is, yeah. So we tried to, find a compromise.
Okay, thank you for your feedback, and definitely we'll be taking note of that, and thank you, Commissioner Cuthbert, for your feedback as well, so. We'll go ahead and I'll skip to my OIS updates and Indian Equity.
Shall we, yes, something?
Hey, I just wanted to make sure, again, we as a team and with TJ as our lead, we just want to make sure that we're fulfilling the statutory requirements that this created. Because it's a pretty big bill and there's a lot of stuff in there. And so we love the idea of simplifying it for sure. Are we gonna get in trouble with the legislature by not fulfilling our duties to meet the intent of the bill?
My job would be to go to the Indian caucus and basically ask, can we modify, as long as we could get the caucus behind us, I think it would just be a simple, not simple, but, hey, we're simplifying this. So we can get it done quickly, ensure that tribes will ensure that there's a fertile environment so that tribes want to opt in.
Yeah.
And I think they go for that. I also just want to mention that the folks that were really, really antsy about this particular project are no longer serving in the legislature. So
sure,
I think it might actually be a little bit, it might be a little bit easier to get.
Would it
across the
require
finish
an
line.
amendment?
Probably. When I get back to Helena, I'll talk to our legislative liaison about taking a stab, using Commissioner Cutthroat's ideas and taking a stab at what he's the expert on. Would it be an amendment? Would we have to introduce a new thing to block? Yeah.
Good, and we as a team, we want to respect what the statute was that was passed by law. We want to continue to have these conversations and get advice from the state commission to advise us. We've had a couple of meetings with the caucus, which is why we, all as a team worked at getting this product demo for get in front of eyes of leaders to see. But we also want to make sure that we're not like, oh, we're good, we got it covered, when there may be more that we have to deliver.
And Chairman Gray, I want to add to this too. I think we need to be careful, and I wish Mackenzie was able to talk. I know she's driving. Again, the department has to approve if you as a state commission want to, back something that for the legislature. I think it needs to have approval by the department. I don't think that the state can just on their own go to, I don't know.
No, STED can't, but we can work through our economic development policy person. And I don't see Director Green opposing this whatsoever.
No.
So no, he would have his full support. So I think if this is something that if this is an idea that we're willing to move forward with the commission's blessing, I'll get to work on this as soon as I'm back in Helena and start having the conversations about what it would look like to, the procedural steps.
Do you think they would consider another letter of recommendation?
I don't know if we would have letter.
Okay.
I just think
We would need that at this point.
Thank you. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
Besides, how does it go? We ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Thank you for
Am I still
letting
being
me.
recorded? I've talked for my boss.
Marilyn, you can go there. Yeah. Yeah, we'll move to the OIS update. Our new staffer on our OIS program, the Entrepreneur Development Specialist position. As you all know, Luke Robinson, our former specialist, he resigned back in September. Brian Singer is been officially hired, and his first week will be first week in December. So Commissioner Backnell, you'll be pleased to know he's a pro. So so yeah, we're excited. We're really excited to have him on. Brian comes to us with a lot of experience with, well, BIA was his prior experience, but he does a lot of work with nonprofits, and he's doing a lot of good things, already on his own accord in Indian country with businesses. So, yeah, really excited to have him. We'll be sending out an email announcement to all the commissioners. As soon as he starts, we're gonna introduce him, and he'll be at the next, state commission meetings.
Would strike against him.
Yep.
Works for the BIA.
Yeah. Right. Moving on to our 2024 EconoQuest sponsorship. EconoQuest is an international economic literacy program for high school students about real world economics and career opportunities. And again, as I was saying, through our connection with Nikki at Montana World Affairs Council, we were able to sponsor $7,500 sponsorship again, and we sent some native students from Browning, Fraser, Harlem, Hayes Lodgepole, and Polson to the event. The event was held at MSU in Bozeman on October 28th and 29th. Slide. And again, as a reminder, the Tribal Business Development Grant is in an open status. The application deadline is December 20th. And again, it's intended for governing bodies of Montana's 8 tribal governments. So it's unlike Indian Equity Fund, this is for tribal governments to apply to. So. And real quickly, I'll go through the Indian Equity Fund. The application deadline for Indian Equity Fund was September 30th. 122 applications this year. We're really pleased to see that, especially in light of our new portal platform that we implemented. It's a little bit of a learning curve with that. We're currently engaging the NAVA network to perform the initial local review. Our NAVAs will be completing the initial part of the review. They will be identifying the top 5 applications within their respective region. They'll be sending those over to us, and then the internal commerce review team will be going through the top 40 applications to arrive at awardees.
Okay, our NAVA organization, they didn't, there's other applications that were completed, but they were by our NAVA, by a couple consultants. I've worked with our people on the reservation. So NAVA can't take credit for those. So,
We still have a contract in place with Bear Paw Development, but I know you had talked to me earlier about.
Remember Bear Paw Development Corporation? I have my thoughts with him sitting in the office, they're going out to the reservation. So that's who we're supposed to be helping, right?
Right.
People on the reservation.
So lastly, our NAVA network monthly meetings, Ryan Singer, our new staffer, he'll be starting the first week in December. And we're looking at resuming our once a month NAVA calls. I know once upon a time, I believe Luke had implemented those monthly, have all the NAVAs do a call just so they have synergy, and if there's any technical assistance, things that are needed. I know that kind of fell off, I believe, a little bit kind of toward the end of his tenure with Commerce, but I know we want to revamp that. We're going to get that going again, just to have those monthly meetings so that all of our NAVAs can just be at the table, have input, and yeah, just want to be sure we're just engaging our NAVAs so that they can, because I know they're on the front lines of helping our native business owners. So we'll be resuming that. And as always, any questions, concerns, my contact information. So, thank you.
Thanks, TJ.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah. This is the motion, unless anyone else has anything now. Oh, hi. Jennifer, do you wanna? Jennifer's with the Workforce Investment Board.
Thank you.
Few minutes?
Yeah, I'll be very, very quick. Thank
Okay.
you for squeezing me in. Hey, everybody, my name is Jennifer Owen. I'm the director of the State Workforce Innovation Board. We are an advisory board to the governor. We're attached to the Montana Department of Labor and Industry, so many of you probably know my colleague Donnie Wetzel, who I think has been texting you furiously as I've tried to juggle my schedule. Thank you so much for fitting me in. Our job at SWIB is to be the backbone of the state workforce system. So we bring together the state agencies, the university system, private sector, and community-based workforce development partners to help the state workforce system coordinate in the delivery of career services, education, training services, supportive services, all the things that help people get to work and help employers find work. We are an industry-led board. We are required by the federal workforce, federal WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. So it's a 22-member board appointed by the governor, industry-led, must have Department of Labor and Industry, Office of Public Instructions, and DPHHS vocational rehab on the board. Department of Commerce is an ex officio board, the Montana Chamber is an ex officio board member, and OCHI is an ex officio. So we have all the state agencies, but it's a majority industry-led. So we have industry leaders from the state's largest sectors who ensure that the workforce system is responsive to actual industry needs. We also have union members. We have the K-12 system. We try to have every representative voice on there. One of the areas where we're lacking, quite frankly, is our engagement with tribal communities. And I hope, at least by now, many of you know that that's a priority, not just for the Department of Labor, but for the administration as well, to ensure that when we do workforce development in the state of Montana, it's done equitably and it's done with voices at the table that matter and not just you all as beneficiaries. We don't want to do to you, we want to do with you. And so there's a lot of work that we can do on the SWIB to do better in ensuring that tribal communities are at the table at the initiation of our work rather than at the end of it. So I wanted to make time. I'm based here in Billings. So while you all were here, I wanted to make time to come down and introduce myself. SWIB meets quarterly. All of our meetings are public. Please feel free to join online or in person. We travel around the state to meet. Our next meeting will be a special meeting. Actually, it will be on December 5th by Zoom only. So you're free to jump on. We'll be reviewing workforce legislative proposals ahead of session. So that will be posted at swib.mt.gov. Anybody is welcome to join on those meetings. We also have 2 vacancies right now on our board. We have a vacancy on an industry slot. So if you have suggestions or recommendations, please feel free to let me, let Donnie, certainly let Misty know. And we're happy to recommend those to the governor. And we also are in need of a locally elected official, a mayor, someone who's the head of a city. So if you have suggestions, we welcome them. In general, where we are right now as a board is we're focused on developing a strategic framework for workforce planning in the state. The SWIB has for a very long time been a compliance board only. They're required by the federal government to have them, so it existed, but it didn't do anything. And that's not gonna cut it anymore. With 2 jobs open for every 1 worker in the state, we need to do better in developing our talent, in spreading workforce programs, education and training around the state, and in doing that in a much larger scale than lots of little pilots around the state. So we're trying to get focused and organized, and you'll be seeing us piloting and showcasing our strategic framework for public input around the state. So I would really welcome the STED to be a part of that conversation, to share where we can do better in rural communities, to ensure that the access that young people have to training programs, the access that adult workers have to education training, degree and non-degree programs is equitable, is reasonable. I have worked for a long time in this state at multiple areas of government. I know our tribal colleges are a huge point of pride. We really want to make sure that we're just having an open community conversation with every stakeholder. So I don't mean in any way to hijack your agenda today. I just wanted to take the chance to come down and say hello, connect with all of you and welcome you to be a part of our conversation as we try to develop a more robust and focused workforce system in the state.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. You know, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If you need anything from me, please don't hesitate to reach out. We really do want to be partners.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
Okay, all in favor? All right, thank you all.
Travel safe.
Yes, travel safe.